Welcome, everyone. Just so everybody know, we are just about to begin. Today is November 20th, 2025, and this is the Zoning Board of Appeals meeting in Chatham, Massachusetts. Please note, this meeting is being recorded and will be available shortly hereafter for scheduled and on-demand viewing on any smartphone or tablet device. If anyone else is recording the meeting, including all those who are using AI note-taking apps, please notify the chair. Is there anyone recording or using any kind of app? No? Okay. Pursuant to Governor Healy's March 28, 2025 signing of Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2025 extending certain COVID measures adopted during the state of emergency, certain provisions of the open meeting law until June 30, 2027, this meeting in the Chatham Zoning Board of Appeals is being conducted in person and via remote participation. Every effort will be made to ensure the public can adequately access the proceedings as provided for in the order. A reminder, those who'd like to listen to the meeting while in progress may do so by calling 1-508-945-4410, conference ID 855-907-643#, or join the meeting via the link on the Teams link in the posted agenda. This is a live broadcast and simulcast on Chatham TV, channel 1072, but despite our best efforts, we may not be able to post real-time access. We will, though, post a record of the meeting on the town's website as soon as possible. In accordance with town policy, anyone can speak to any issue, hearing, or business item on the agenda during the meeting when recognized by the chair. I'd like to remind everyone that we have a hats-off policy and a gadgets-off policy, so no unnecessary noise, please. And if you have any conversations that are going to be more than 1 or 2 words, please take them out into the hall. Today, as usual, we take a roll call vote of all board members, and then we ask if anyone is participating on the phone, just make sure we know who you are. Hearing notice is read by our staff. Sarah Clark, on my right. You or your representative will present your application or appeal. Anyone in favor will have up to 5 minutes to speak. And then I'll read or summarize all letters received by the board. And I just want to remind everyone we have a policy on that too, which is 11 font, 11, that's the setting, and 1 page. And anything more than that will not be read. I'll try to summarize, but just try to stick to the rule going forward. Anyone against the application will have up to 5 minutes to speak, and you could also ask questions during that time. The applicant can then rebut testimony, will ask questions, hear further information, close the public hearing, deliberate, and vote on the application or appeal. All votes are taken by roll call, and at the end of the meeting, we close via a verbal confirmation and note the time of adjournment. Voting today will be David Nixon, Paul Semple, Lee Hovey, Steve DeBoer on the last application, and Virginia Fenwick on all but the last application, and myself, Randy Potash. So now we are going to do a roll call vote of all board members, starting with Mr. Veach.
David H. Veach, and I approve this format.
David S. Nixon, I approve.
Paul C. Semple, I approve this format.
Lee Hovey, I approve.
Stephen D. DeBoer, and I approve.
Virginia Fenwick, I approve.
And Randy Potash, I approve as well. Okay, so we have minutes, and we're going to do one set at a time. Do we? Let's see.
We have the minutes of the meeting of October 16, 2025. Are there any corrections or additions?
Yeah, I have just one minor correction, but in order to help save paper, in the bottom, near the bottom of page 1, bullet point 1, Joe Henderson Engineers listed twice as representing Penrose, so we can take one of those out.
Okay.
All right.
So, and then with that, okay, did you?
I'll move to approve the minutes then as amended.
David seconds and votes yes.
Sorry, Randy, I have a
Yes,
small,
please.
it's very minor, but on page 5, down, almost to the bottom, the fifth bullet point from the bottom. It says, Virginia Fenwick asked about building number 6 and stated that according to the plan, it seems to be in the rear. And it is referring to a storage unit. So I think that should be added because it's not clear what I was talking about.
Okay, so,
So just change it to storage unit.
all right, Paul, as amended.
All right, I'll
again.
move to approve as amended, and I think it's been voted by 2 already. I'll vote to approve.
David seconds and votes yes.
I vote yes.
Paul votes yes.
Lee?
I vote yes. Janie votes yes.
As do I, okay? And then we have one more set of minutes,
Yes,
Paul?
we have the minutes of October 23, 2025. Are there any additions or corrections?
Yes, in these, on page 4, we have in the middle of the page, attorney, what it tells us Attorney Zender presented this application, and down under questions and comments, there are 2 places where Mr. Riley appears, and we want to substitute Mr. Zender in those, for Mr. Riley.
That's for sure.
All right, are there any other corrections? None. I'll move to approve as amended.
David seconds it. I forgot I voted the first time. Should I vote here because I'm not?
You can vote on those.
I'll vote, all right, and I vote yes. Okay.
Yes.
Paul votes yes.
Ginny votes yes.
And as do I. And, okay, so good enough. Now, I just want to announce that as to application 25-34, Main Street, the 40B that we've been doing since the spring, well, that's going to be continued till Monday, the 24th, I believe, is Monday, at 2 o'clock, right here. So, go ahead, Sarah.
Application number 25-097, Michelle and Timothy McGuire, care of William G. Litchfield Esquire, 330 Orleans Road, North Chatham, Mass. 02650. Owners of property located at 122 Mill Creek Road, also shown on the Town of Chatham's Assessor's Map 4C, Block 22, Lot 21. The applicant proposes to change, alter, or expand a nonconforming dwelling in a nonconforming lot via the reconstruction of the second floor and construction of a covered entry. The existing dwelling is nonconforming in that it is located 8.7 feet from the southerly abutter. The reconstructed second floor will be nonconforming in that it will be located 10.3 feet from the southerly abutter where a 15-foot setback is required. The proposed covered entry will meet road and abutter setback requirements. The existing building coverage is 1,395 square feet, 14.4%, and the proposed building coverage is 1,435 square feet, 14.8%, or 15% is the maximum allowed. The lot is nonconforming in that it contains 9,705 square feet, where 20,000 square feet is required in the R20 zoning district. A special permit is required under Mass General Law, Chapter 48, Section 6, and Section 5B of the Protective Bylaw.
Welcome, Attorney Litchfield.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Bill Litchfield here on behalf of Michelle and Timothy McGuire. Michelle is with us online. Unfortunately, both Michelle and Tim had work commitments today and could not be here. We appreciate your having gone out to the site. We know that you did that, and when you got out there, you saw a fairly typical, relatively small house on a non-conforming lot in South Chatham. The McGuires would like to change this from a 1 1/2 story house to essentially a 1 3/4 story house, and make a small additional change on the front, a proposed entryway. Thank you, Sarah. That is the proposed house as shown there. In the middle of those 3 photographs is what you will see sort of, because the angle of the house, you'll see sort of heading north on Mill Creek Road. The rear on the left is exactly that, and then the angled view is what you would see heading down toward the town landing. The proposed entryway is about 30 square feet. Currently, we have a couple of doghouse dormers on the front side, and while not shown there, some skylights on the back. And we'd like to basically remove the existing second floor, increase the size of it a bit by virtue of the shed dormers as opposed to the doghouse dormers, recognizing that you have, I think, 7 cases today. I presume you don't want me to use the full hour and a half that I had planned to do. So I will instead go directly into the criteria as to adequacy of site, including building coverage and setbacks. Almost all nearby lots are non-conforming. Our current footprint of 1,395 square feet and 14.4% of coverage is in the mid-range of the neighborhood. Our gross floor area and living area are at the lower end of neighboring properties. Nonetheless, the site is adequate for residential use. And I figure you can find it to be adequate for reconstruction of the second floor, providing some additional much-needed living space on the existing footprint. The minimal change in coverage is solely from the entryway, and I was fascinated by the site plan if you look at it. It's got an engineer's stamp on it, and in the box on the lower right-hand side, it says existing coverage 1,395 square feet, proposed increase of 30 square feet for a total of 1,435. Hadn't known a mathematician whose math was worse than mine. But that number is slightly wrong, but irrelevant here. As to compatibility of size of the neighborhood, we have a small lot, a small house, living area of just 1,500 square feet. If you approve the special permit, as I hope you will do, you can do so based on a finding of the coverage is below the maximum. It will remain consistent with the neighborhood. On the 3rd page of the handout is a chart of the neighboring numbers. The gross floor area and living area increase, but they are still significantly lower than some, and they remain compatible to the size of the neighborhood. As to the extent of increase in nonconformity, we currently have a Sarah Red lot size and street and sideline nonconformities. The reconstructed second floor is within the sideline setback, but it's on the existing footprint, and because of the angle of the house on the lot, it's only 10.3 from the lot line, less close than part of the house as it now exists at present. So technically, there's no increase in nonconformity, and practically, there's no real change in nonconformity. As a suitability of site, the site has been suitable for the existing house for some 60 years, I think. There are no environmental issues, and it would certainly be suitable for the reconstructed second floor without any impact on the natural environment. As to scale, siting, mass views, and vistas, we have at present a 1.5-story cape without impact on views and vistas, and this proposed change will, of course, not change the siting. The shed dormers, as I mentioned, will be replacing the doghouse dormers and the skylights. The scale and mass are in keeping with the surrounding properties. There's no impact on views and vistas. Their use remains compatible as residential. As to adequacy of water and sewer, we have town water and a Title V for 4 bedrooms. There is no change. The first floor bedroom is being converted to an office, which will no longer meet the definition of a bedroom as shown on the floor plans, which you have and which, of course, have been reviewed by Judy Giorgio of the Board of Health. So, as you know, the issue for you to determine is whether the proposed reconstructed second floor, built on the existing footprint but providing some much-needed additional living space for the McGuire family, is substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than the current structure on a non-conforming lot, and I think that you can find it is not detrimental. The project provides space for 3 bedrooms on the second floor and a functional home office on the first floor, but except for the entryway, it will be accomplished on the existing footprint. I think you can find it to be an appropriate and attractive design. So in light of the criteria and the plans and this location, I think you can find that the proposed changes are not substantially more detrimental. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Is there anybody here on Microsoft Teams that wishes to speak in favor of this application? If so, please raise your hand. Seeing none, I will read the one brief correspondence that we got from Judith Giorgio, our health agent, on November 18th, 2025. She says, okay to the relocated first floor bedroom to second floor and remodel of the existing 4-bedroom dwelling as proposed. That concludes the correspondence. Is there anybody here on Microsoft Teams that wishes to speak against the application or has a question? No. Questions from the board? I'm just gonna do the are there any, because I'm seeing a lot of no. All right, very good. Paul?
I'll move to close the hearing and move into deliberations.
Dave Veach seconds.
Oh, wait a minute.
Even second. Oh, I'm,
I'll second,
Oh,
I will
yes,
second that.
Paul, yes. Dave will second it, and Paul?
So Dave Nixon has seconded and moved to approve.
I certainly did.
I'll also vote yes.
I vote yes.
Ginny votes yes.
As do I. Okay, so now we're gonna do deliberations. And are you gonna deliberate, Dave? Yes, all right, deliberate
I'd
then.
be happy to
that.
deliberate, yeah.
Yeah.
I wish all of the applications came before us were as modest as the proposal here. I mean, I don't know how many, over the many years of development on Cape Cod, there've been lots of things of this type that took place, and it's certainly not substantially detrimental to the neighborhood. It's an improvement. It looks great.
And Mr. Nixon?
I can't add anything to that.
All right, can you, Lee?
Thank you for speaking.
No, I can't.
And Steve?
No, I cannot.
Jenny?
Well, I had the same comment as Dave, modest, and I added but meaningful changes.
Okay.
The footprint, the coverage, the living area gives them more space, and it's a great project, and it's not substantially more detrimental.
And before Paul asks you, I'm just gonna ask, what about summer limitations?
Given the nature of South Chatham, the proximity to the town landing, we would not be in the least bit surprised to have the standard conditions
Standard,
so-called
yeah.
imposed.
Okay. Paul, deliberate first?
I agree with my colleagues. This is certainly not substantially more detrimental.
Okay, as do I, so,
I'll move to approve the application as submitted with the condition that all construction activity and vehicles shall be contained on-site or at a neighboring property with the permission of the property owner, that between June 30th and Labor Day, no exterior construction will be allowed. No work shall be permitted on the weekends, and construction activity between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. only.
I second that and vote yes.
All votes yes.
I vote yes.
Ginny votes yes.
as do I. It's unanimous. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're gonna move on to 33 Kroll Road, it looks like. And whenever Sarah's ready, we'll do that. We're a little bit out of the order today of what was posted.
Application number 25-103, Eastward MBT LLC, care of William F. Riley Esquire, P.O. Box 707, Chatham, Mass. 02633. Owner of property located at 33 Kroll Road, also shown on the Town of Chatham's Assessor's Map, 13F, Block 1, Lot 2. The applicant proposes to construct a single-family dwelling and an accessory use swimming pool in a GB3 zone, which requires the grant of a special permit. The proposed lot coverage is 7,519 square feet, 39%, where 60% is the maximum allowed. The lot is conforming with 19,266 square feet, or
That's a lot
10,000.
of noise that we're hearing, and we didn't approve that kind of noise, so if you could just try to quiet it down. Thank you.
Randy, even though I'm not voting, I'm listed as an abutter for this property and thus am presumed to have a financial interest. Thus, I will be recusing on this one.
Okay, Sarah, go ahead, sorry.
Where 10,000 square feet is required in the GB3 zoning district. A special permit is required under Mass General Law, Chapter 48, Section 9, and Sections 3C, 4C, 26, and 8D2B of the protective bylaw.
Okay. Attorney Riley.
Good
Company.
afternoon. Bill Riley on behalf of Eastwood Companies. This is a proposal to build a residential structure in a GB3 zone on Kroll Road. I think the first thing to point out is the portion of the building that faces the street is what we would describe as a full cape, but there's no dormer on the front side, reducing the apparent mass of the building as you look at it from the street. Also, the building is set 50 feet back from the street, which is the street setback required in a GB3 zone. And so I think that I think it's a handsome design that is not substantially more detrimental. So Karen is here, she did the design. I'm going to ask her to go through it for you, and then we'll go through the criteria.
Good afternoon, Karen Kempton, designer for Eastward Companies. So when we decided on a house plan for this property, we knew we wanted a modest house viewed from the street. Although this lot is in a GB3 zone, we designed the house to meet the R20 zoning requirements in the coverage. And as in the surrounding area is R20 outside of the GB3. So we thought this made the most sense. This is a traditional style full cape with an L and a garage hidden behind. We feel that the simple style cape with the center chimney is an appropriate size for this location. Although this located in the GB3 zone, all adjacent structures along Kroll Road resemble single-family homes and present wider to the street than this proposed 42-foot wide cape. The surrounding area outside the GB3 zone is R20, so we designed the house to meet the more restrictive coverage requirements. The house is 50 feet 4 inches back from the street, so we adhere to the 50-foot GB3 setback, and the side setbacks of 33.7 and 19.6 are more than the required setback of 15. The building coverage is 14.9%, so under the 15% allowed in an R20. And the site coverage of 39% is significantly lower than the 60% allowed in a GB3. The abutters to the north and the west are separated by parking lots, so the pool location is shielded from Kroll Road by the house, and the placement will not affect the abutters' privacy. The modest cape will have no front dormers, which reduces the scale of the house. Additionally, one of the largest trees on the property between the house and the street will be saved. You can see the walkway kind of curving around it. This helps diminish the scale of the house as well. The ridge height is 25 feet 10 inches above the top of foundation, which is 2 feet 9 inches below the maximum allowed ridge height. We received unanimous approval from HBDC with comments about the presentation to the street as being very, very good. And they also commented on the small scale with no front dormer as a well-done concept. So we believe that the impact of the scale, siding, mass of this structure will be an attractive addition to Kroll Road and is not substantially more detrimental. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Oh, thank you. Did you want to?
Yeah, just run through the criteria for you. So adequacy of the size of the site in terms of the size of the proposed use. This property is just short of 20,000 square feet. And the building coverage is, as Karen pointed out, 14.9%, where if this was in an R20 zone, 15% would be allowed. Because we're in a GB3 area, again, as Karen pointed out, the street setback is 50 feet, which also, we also meet all the sideline setbacks. The proposed pool, which is in the rear of the building, also meets setback requirements. The compatibility of the size of the proposed structure, including the gross floor area, we're over 6,600 square feet. But I think in terms of comparing the compatibility, our building to the other buildings, our basement, we have a full basement that's 2,200 square feet. And so really, what we really have is about 4,400 square feet above ground.
It's this one, right?
And we think that in terms of
Yeah.
compatibility with the other structures around us, that we are very much compatible. So, question 3, extended proposed increase in non-conforming nature. Of course, it's a vacant lot, so there is no existing non-conformity. Residential buildings are allowed by a special permit. Suitability of the site, including but not limited to impact on neighboring properties, on the natural environment, including slopes, vegetation, wetlands, groundwater, water bodies, and stormwater runoff. Here we have a very flat lot with no slopes, no adjacent wetlands or wetland vegetation. We do have an easement, a drainage easement, that was given to the town many years ago and is not being used. But we meet the appropriate setback from that. And in accordance with a request from Rob Fraley, our head of DPW, we changed the location of the pool, and that's why we passed out revised plans to show that the pool now has been moved away from the drainage easement, but still meets the sideline setbacks. So impact of scale, siting, and mass on neighborhood visual character, including views, vistas, and streetscapes. Now, it's Crowell Road, so there aren't a whole lot of views and vistas, but we think the streetscape is actually improved as a result of having the full Cape design facing the street with no dormer on the front side. So I think that it projects itself as a very modest structure. Karen designed sufficient living space by doing an L on the back. The first portion of the L, as you will note, is only 1 story tall. Then they have a garage at the back. So most of that is generally not visible from the street, at least not directly. And so we think that it actually improves the street, and we believe it's not substantially more detrimental than the now vacant lot. But we think it's certainly more attractive than most of the buildings on the street. We would point out that in terms of the size of the structure, there was a similar 3-lot development, which some of you remember, where the old clinic used to be, which was divided into 3 lots. And the houses that were built there, all of which had to be approved by you, are very similar in size to our proposed structure. So compatibility of the proposed use with neighboring uses. So the neighborhood is a mixture of commercial uses and residential uses. Most of the commercial buildings do have traditional Cape design. When you think about the building that is Zebrack and McCarthy design, the bike store across the street, even the funeral home presents itself to the street as a traditional New England design. And so we think that we are compatible with the neighborhood. I mean, there are apartment buildings and the commercial condominiums, but we think that this really attractive design fits into the neighborhood well. So we think you could find it's compatible. Certainly not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood. The property's on municipal sewer, so source of water and drainage and sewage disposal are all adequate. We think there'd be no impact on traffic flow and safety. And the noise and litter we don't think is applicable. And 11 and 12 aren't applicable. So that'd be our presentation.
Thank you very much. Okay. Is there anybody here on Microsoft Teams that wishes to speak in favor of this application? Only in favor now. I don't see any hands anywhere at all. Okay, I will read the correspondences. There are 3, and they're all from internal agencies, I think. First one, November 18th, 2025, from our health agent, Judith Giorgio. This property is adjacent to town sewer, and a 3-bedroom dwelling as proposed is acceptable in accordance with Board of Health and Water and Sewer regulations. Thus, she has no concerns. Robert Faley tells us on November 4th, 2025, that he is providing comments about 33 Kroll Road. The driveway seems to be suitable in its location, located near the north side of the property, which locates it further from Kroll Road intersection with Route 28. It would be helpful to see the driveway on the adjacent property to the north, so separation distances can be verified. The DPW has drainage easements that extend from Kroll Road to around the midpoint of the property along the southern property line. The proposed pool directly abuts the drainage easement. Should the town have a need to utilize this easement, it would be difficult to impossible to excavate within the easement area without potentially causing damage to the pool. The pool should be relocated so that any excavation within the easement will not adversely affect the pool structure. Also, there is a patio proposed over the drainage easement. Should this easement be utilized, it should expressly be written that the property owner will be responsible for the removal and replacement of any patio structure to allow the town to install and maintain drainage within the easement area. The town should be held harmless of any damages made by the property owner developer, including structures, landscaping, irrigation, fencing within the easement area. And so Rob Faley is the Director of Public Works. Next, we have a note from HBDC, November 12th, 2025. They rendered the following decision: 500 approval of the construction of the new dwelling, pool, landscaping, and hardscaping located at 33 Kroll Road. That concludes the correspondences. Is there anybody here or on Microsoft Teams that wishes to speak against or has a question? Ma'am, I saw this lady first, so go ahead, please. Yep. No, you have to go up to them where they are, and they'll move away. Well, they'll give you plenty of space. Yes. Just state your name and tell us what you'd like to say.
I'm Marie Williams, and I'm a property owner in the Munson area. So,
Great, welcome.
and had a business there for 25 years. And I also have a degree in city planning, which is, so I've looked at the plan for the town, and the general business zoning is part of the plan for the town. So I feel like this change would be sort of a spot zoning thing. I know there are other houses further down Kroll Road, they're very modest, but it's primarily a business thing with boat yards and bike shops and restaurants, and suddenly there's a house that's completely surrounded by businesses. So that was one comment, and basically what I'm thinking about is the need for workforce and affordable housing in town. And if this is to be used for residential purposes, it seems to me that doing a multiple thing, some townhouses there that could be sold at a more reasonable price as part of workforce housing. And I've looked into the Chatham has been designated, or will be, it hasn't passed yet, but as a seasonal community, which allows us, and I think you can do this now, to restrict the purchase of a house like that to year-round residents instead of summer residents or people that are gonna rent out on short-term rentals for Airbnbs and VRBOs, which is what we need so bad. And I just see this lot as a wonderful opportunity to do that instead of to do this with the pool. And that's basically why I'm here. And I know that all of our builders and developers are aware of all the problems. And the people who drive more than 50 miles to work every day. And our own city planner apparently is doing that and therefore is working remotely. So, it's just such an opportunity that I hate to see it missed. And I have written down some of this if you'd like copies of it. I just didn't get it sent out in time for you to get it in advance.
You can just leave one with our clerk at the end there
Okay.
of the table, and there you go. No, yeah, you can just leave them with her. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for, okay, who else? Yes, sir. Welcome.
For the record, Brian Phillips, 374 Orleans Road. It's very strange. It's like she was reading my mind. Do think it's a little out of place. It's not one up here. I know Eastman companies, they employ a lot, you guys employ a lot of people. You put the food on the table for a lot of families. So I guess I'm along the lines with this speaker, and I would really wish you would reconsider this plan and maybe use some of the new seasonal rules we have for the tiny homes and maybe subdividing the lots for year-round affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Who's next? Anybody else wishes to speak against or has a specific question, either in the audience or online? Seeing none, would you like to rebut any of that?
Well, just to comment on it, I mean, you can't rebut Marie Williams, she's a wonderful person, so. But part of the problem we have is our zoning bylaw. I mean, the property down the street that was formerly Roy Meservy's office has been purchased by somebody who wanted to turn it into workforce housing. Unfortunately, the requirements in our town bylaw for a dormitory are so strict. You know, you need 3,000 square feet of area for every bedroom. And it doesn't take long to do the math that, you know, you end up having maybe, 10 bedrooms. And that's not the way the workforce housing rental system works. You can't make money that way. And so the Roy Meservy office property has been subdivided into 3 single-family lots, which presumably will come before you at some point in the future. So as much as, workforce housing is a great idea, until the town modifies its zoning bylaw to reduce the area requirement for workforce housing significantly, it's simply not going to happen. We did a development over in Harwich where there is no restriction on area, and they did 90 rooms, 2 people in each room, 180 people. That's all workforce housing, and that's how workforce housing works, and is actually profitable for the property owner. That property's since been bought by Ocean Edge, and they have 500 seasonal workers, so they can put 180 of them in that location. So, it's a great idea, but we need significant zoning bylaw modification before it makes any kind of economic sense. Vacant lots in Chatham sell for $500,000, and on a lot this size, 19,000 square feet, you could have, 6 people living there, and that doesn't make any money. When you have to add in the,
So it's uneconomical, right, at the
Yeah.
end of the day?
not
Okay.
economical.
Thank you. Message sent. Now, where are we? Questions from the board. Steve?
I guess the site plan, well, the pictures that we were provided, the colored pictures that we were provided,
Yeah, that,
seem to depict a circular driveway in the front, but the site plan, it doesn't match the site plan.
well, so we provided those pictures because that's this house built on another lot.
Okay,
And we just wanted to show you how it would look facing the street.
okay. Okay. Thank you.
Lee, questions?
Yeah, I have a question, and maybe you know, but maybe Jay Briggs can help too. What is a drainage easement? What does
Okay,
it
so
do?
that's a property right that was granted to the town by a previous owner of this property. At some time in the past, maybe in the time of Gibby Bothwork, I don't know, it was a long time ago, when they were looking at the future development along Crowell Road, they felt at some point they might need to put a drain there. And so the property owner, the then property owner, granted the town an easement. So that was, I think it was over 50 years ago, and it hasn't been used to date. It's a right that belongs to the town, and so Rob Fraley just wants to make sure that the town's rights are preserved without doing harm to what a development takes place there. So his comment was well taken, and that's why we moved the pool. The patio, I guess, is just tiles and stuff, so they can be moved if someday my grandchildren are here and they want to actually have a drainage there. I don't know, so.
Okay, so no one's going to be digging there, there's no
Well, there's certainly no plan to do it.
yearly,
I mean, as I say, it's been there for many, many years and hasn't been used.
okay. So there's no drain there now?
There's no drain there.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Nixon, do you have any questions?
Well, I do. Next to this lot, on 28, is a building that used to be a gas station.
That's
And
correct.
as we know, any building that used to be a gas station ended up with dirty dirt. And it seems to me around that lot, no, not this one, but the one next to it where the gas station was, there was some, what looked to me like periodic testing going on and so forth. Do you know what the status of that is in relation to your lot? Because with dirty dirt, we always have the plume. And
That's
what
correct.
I'm afraid of, looking at this lot, is that it is dirty dirt. And I don't know, but I'm just afraid of that.
I'll be happy to put your mind at ease.
Oh,
So
thank you.
the previous owner of this property, who owned he was in a real estate broker, so he owned the building next door, which houses a real estate office. And he had this lot tested, and it was clean. And an engineer would point out to you, which I'm not an engineer, but I'll point out to you anyway, that the direction of groundwater flow in this area is from north to south. So it's towards Nantucket Sound, towards the Oyster Pond, and not in our direction. So, as I say, we had it tested, actually quite a few years ago now, and it's clean. And because the groundwater flow is away from this property, we don't believe there's a potential for a future problem.
And lead me through this, that let's suppose the house is built and it's sold to A, B, or C. When they go to get a mortgage, the bank requires something to assure the bank that the dirt is clean, correct?
No,
Because if not, then they don't want to get
no,
on the hook,
I
right?
understand that, and if the gas station had been on this lot, you're absolutely correct. But the gas station wasn't on this lot, it was never on this lot. And, as I say, the previous owner had it tested, and it was clean. So, as I say, since groundwater goes only in one direction, and it's away from this lot, and the gas station hasn't been there, I don't know, 30 years or so.
Okay. So is there if you were going to a bank, and there had been a gas station on this lot, is there a particular form that you have to submit to a bank these days that assures the bank that it's clean, or do they have to do their own testing?
No, there's what we call a 21E requirement
Okay,
when you're getting a mortgage on a lot that's, could be dirty, where you have to prove, I'm gonna sneeze, where you have to prove that the lot is clean. And the way the system works is if there was a dirty use on the property, and you do an inspection, which this property was inspected, and it comes up dirty, they have a thing called an AUL, Activity Use Limitation, that's imposed by the Department of Environmental Protection. And, I know of several properties that are like that. So for instance, if you think of Frostfish Hill in North Chatham, that was formerly the site of the Acme Laundry. I was going to say the Eldridge Laundry, but it was owned by the Eldridge family. And I don't know if you remember, but there was they'd had an oil tank that used what they called bunker oil, which is the heaviest, dirtiest oil there was. And apparently what had happened was they would measure the amount of oil in the tank by dropping a stick into it. And over the many, many, many years, dropping that stick in created a leak. And so some of the oil, again, over many years, had leaked down, and so it was in the groundwater. And so when you drive by there, you've got the street, and then to the right of the street, there's a mostly vacant area with like a garage structure, which is generally used as a woodworking shop, and that is subject to an AUL. So you cannot put a residential structure on that property. You could do a commercial structure, but you can't do a residential structure. And so that's the way the system works. And so this property has been inspected, no AUL was imposed, so I think we're able to rely on that.
Thank you for the education.
Okay, Paul, questions?
So you're assuming that there would be no pollution created by the real estate offices there? Is that?
Well, only morally.
I got it. Okay, thank you. The one thing that sort of bothers me a little bit is we're dealing with the camel's nose here. We started with residential over on the hydrangea lots, and that kept getting knocked back down in terms of the number of lots that were going to be proposed there and dealt with. And I think we actually talked about 40B as a potential at that location, given that it had the centralized location near to town and transportation. But now what we're looking at is a residential use, which would be, I think by your square footage numbers, bigger than any of the ones on Hydrangea Lane, using as a bootstrap the fact that we have residential use on Hydrangea Lane. So I'm a little concerned about the fact that this is an isolated lot in a commercial zone surrounded by businesses. It doesn't make sense to turn it into residential, given that you're dealing with a business zone to begin with. What's your thought about that?
Well, one of the problems that a real estate developer would have in terms of thinking about it commercially is that the commercial market for construction and purchase or sale is virtually non-existent. And we have commercial people who want to rent properties, but then, how do you build? You don't know who your tenants are going to be. So, it's really just guesswork. In other words, if somebody who wanted to have a business at that location stepped up and bought it for whatever it was, $400,000 or $500,000, and they wanted to put a business there, fine. But the only new business that's along this street is the bike shop across the street that had formerly been a pharmacy and was purchased specifically for the purpose of having a bike shop. I'm not aware of any other new construction for commercial properties in, I would say, many, many years here in town. And so that's why we don't think it's practical. And we know that as a residential property, we know that it has a desirability because it's close to town, close to Route 28. I mean, there's close to public transportation if you wanted it, but because of the zoning bylaw we have, you have to remember, it's a small lot, the setback is still 50 feet, so and you need parking. So if a property is bought for commercial use and you have site plan approval requirements, what happens is all the parking ends up in the front of the property, like the box shop across the street. So all you're doing is paving over the front of the lot, and the guesswork of trying to determine if I build a building here, what kind of building should I build? How big should it be? Who would come and either buy it or rent it in a manner that would actually be economically feasible? Oh, I know, we could put apartments upstairs. So now you have a full 2-story building with paving in the front. I mean, it's not a particularly attractive aspect along this road. So that's why Eastwood decided to build what I think is a very attractive design. And we did know from hydrangea that these properties can be desirable for residential purposes.
Maybe Mr. Marsh has a view on this, given he has some expertise in this area.
I'd like to remind the board and those of us who've been around for a while that this lot has been available for commercial use pretty much since the time that Munson Meeting was completed. The lot was more aggressively marketed in this last 5 or 6 years, and there were no takers in the way of a desire to do anything with a commercial aspect. When we became interested in the lot, we did look at a commercial building, a 2-story building with apartments on the second floor, and we checked around and tried to see if there would be any demand for roughly 2,000 square feet of first floor commercial space. It would have had all parking in the front, which we weren't enthusiastic about that. We didn't want to see parking in the front of a commercial building, but it's a relatively small lot, less than ½ acre, and that's what would have happened. So we thought a residential building here would be a better use of the site. I'd also like to mention that we built the 3 houses that are on Hydrangea Walk, and they're all very similar in square footage size to this building. Also, to address David's concern a little bit, is the previous owner had this property tested by an environmental engineer. They had monitoring wells on this site for 4 or 5 years. They continued to do the test, and they determined that it was a clean site, and they have a clean 21E on the site.
Thank you. That's the only questions I had.
Yep, and Jenny, questions?
Well, thank you for calling on Paul first, because I had a similar question, but you asked it much more eloquently. I wasn't sure how to frame the gist of the residential home
Well, he's a
building
lawyer, so he's very eloquent.
in the general business district. But I have a couple of other questions. So, and I don't know if this is something that you can answer or want to answer, or if I'm even allowed to ask it, but has the property actually been purchased? Because the field cards are not always up to date, but this one looks like the last sale was 2021.
Virginia, I own the property.
Okay. All right, thank you. Could I ask you, Mr. Riley, to comment on the letter that was written in about the drainage easement. And it does look like, you handed out at the beginning of the meeting a revised site plan. And it does look like you moved the pool. But he also asked about removing the patio portion that's over the easement. It looks like that's still there.
Well, it is, so I'd have to ask Mr. Marsh what his plans are regarding the patio.
The first thing that I'd like to mention about the drainage easement is when I first became aware of the availability of the property, I sat with Dave Clark, and I asked him about the drainage easement. And he's now, and David, of course, Warren brought up here, been here a long time, and he told me that that drainage easement was procured quite a few years ago and granted to the town. And then when the town redid all of the drainage along that intersection, all the way down to the oyster pond, that it was ignored for any drainage capability. Now, David's opinion was that it would never be used. Now, between David and Bill, they tell me that because the drainage easement exists, that it's not something the town is going to easily give up. Now, as far as the patio goes, we would build the patio, what are called with paver blocks, which are relatively small, 6x9 kind of sizes of paver blocks for the patio, which are easily taken up. You could put the drainage system in and then just put the blocks back, and there is a sufficient distance away. We relocated the pool per DPW's concerns.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it does look like you did that, and that's good. Just looking at the two, the site coverage, I'm looking at the site coverage. So building coverage didn't change, but the site coverage number changed, Mr. Riley, from the original site plan to what you handed out at the beginning of the meeting. And it looks like it's all patio. Is that right? I mean, so,
I didn't notice the change.
yeah, it went from what was advertised as 39% lot coverage is gone to 42. And there are three numbers that make up that percentage, and two of them have not changed. The building coverage hasn't changed, and the driveway hasn't changed. Just the pool and patio, the pool patio. So it just made me wonder if all that change was just the patio, and it led to my other question about removing the part that's over the drainage easement. It was just a question.
Well, to tell you the truth, without David, I don't know that I can answer that adequately. I don't have the original site plan with me, but it could be that the patio was extended. Sorry, what?
If you'd like, Sarah can shed some light on that?
She can always help me.
All right.
She's a shining beacon.
The original patio and pool size on that site plan. Pool patio, walkway, and mechanical was 2,351 square feet. And the new plan is 3,041 square feet.
Yeah, so what they did was, they moved the patio to be around the relocated swimming pool.
So in moving the pool, you extended the patio, and that's the coverage.
We're
Okay.
still,
Jenny, we
obviously, we're
have
still way
Dave
below
Clark.
the
Would you like to ask him?
60%.
That's him online, I believe.
No, I think Sarah just answered.
You're all set then? Okay.
Well, I mean, it's okay that it increased, right, from what was advertised? That's not an issue?
It still conforms with the zoning.
Okay, yeah, it does, it still does meet that percentage. One last question. You mentioned, Mr. Riley, at the beginning that this is both a commercial and a residential area. And what other residential items are there, other than what Mrs. Williams mentioned as the, I think it was, yeah, Mrs. Williams?
Well, all the properties on Collins Drive are single-family residential. Kendrick Harvest Drive is all residential. If so you got this property, then you've got the Zebrat McCarthy building, which was, started out as residence, now has a business on the first floor and apartments below. Then you've got the Pan Davignon building, which is the bakery. Then you have Collins Drive, which is a loop. And so every house on that loop is a single family.
Okay.
Then you've got Kendrick Harvest Way, which is a subdivision of 6 or 8 lots. Those are all single-family residences as well. Then we have apartments at 66 across the street next to the bike shop. And, I mean, those are residential. I mean, they're not commercial in a sense of running a business. So then you've got Hydrangea, which has got 3 single-family residences. And then as you go up, there's another single-family house on the other side of Kendrick Harvest before you get to the Branches subdivision, Branches Restaurant.
And the cemetery is very residential.
Across the,
103 next to the funeral home is residential as well.
so I'm not as familiar with some of the street names that you mentioned, but generally, would you say the majority of those that you mentioned as being residential are single-family home, or are they apartments?
Okay, so, all right, so this is Collins Drive here. So each one of these is a single-family home,
Okay,
except for that, that's Pan Davignon.
okay,
Those are apartments.
okay.
That's the bike shop, which has an apartment upstairs. That's McCarthy Zebrat, where they have an apartment in the building, but it's, the first floor is their office. This is Kendrick Harvest, so these are all single-family residences as well. That's the Drama Guild. That's formerly the Missouri office, which has just been subdivided into 3 lots. I don't know what, they're showing them as single family for the purpose of discussion with the planning board, but I don't know what their real plan is. So that's the dentist office. Then you've got the 3 residential properties here.
Is that
So,
Hydrangea Walk right in there? Is that what?
yeah, that's Hydrangea Walk. So when I say a mixture of residential and commercial, I'm not necessarily talking about single-family residential, although we have plenty of those, but we also have, as they say, these apartments. That's a mixed-use building. A well-known lawyer lives there. No, anyway.
All right, that's all I had, thank you.
All right, so my question is quite simple, and Sarah, can you put this elevation up? I have everything on my iPad, because I can see it a lot better.
I can't hear you.
Sarah's going to put up an elevation that I'm going to comment on.
Okay.
Right, so that's what you see when you come down Crowell Road or go up Crowell Road, correct?
If you're looking in that direction, yes.
Right.
That's exactly what you see.
I understand that the very front of the house, is there as well, but that is the mass that you see when you go up and down, and isn't that over 90 feet long?
I don't know what the dimension is.
It's right on your paperwork, maybe one of your, yes,
92, I think.
92 feet long. And that's the streetscape, is it not?
I disagree because we have.
How could you possibly disagree when that's what you see when
It's
you go
easy
up
to
and down the
disagree
road?
because we're lawyers and we can disagree on anything.
Okay,
But what happens is, there are other buildings along the road that are going to tend to block that view until maybe the very last minute as you're approaching it.
it's the view you see when you go up or down.
Well, absolutely not, because on the other side of this building, remember, it's set back 50 feet. Why don't I put up the map again?
Map
map or site plan?
Okay, so the reason why you can't see it as you're driving this way is you've got the real estate office, but you're right up back against the property line, and there's a heavy vegetated line along there. So unless you're turning to look backwards as you're driving north, you wouldn't see that.
No, you see it when you're coming the other way as well, though.
Well,
Right on your right. If you're coming towards CVS, it will be
okay,
on your right.
so yes, you can see.
All right. So I don't know, like, what there is to argue about it. That's the streetscape on Crowell Road.
Well, in terms of comparing it with the other streetscape, you've got the Munson Meeting, commercial offices that are significantly longer and higher that are immediately adjacent to this property.
We're just
So
talking,
the-
I'm just pointing out Crowell Road, that's the
Yeah.
streetscape.
Well, I mean, we're talking about Crowell Road.
Yeah,
So, because on the other side of this, you have commercial offices for, I don't know,
no, I know what's on the other side of it.
okay, so
Yeah.
that's really what you see. Long, tall buildings.
But you see that, so, did you want to say anything, Mr. Marsh, or did you have
I
a?
would like
Please.
to, Randy, could you go back to there it is. We are fully intending and will, first of all, there's a very significant, substantial tree buffer along what you're talking about in the way of that view. And then we're going to plan to add to that buffer along the lot line that is common between us and Munson Meeting, a series of emerald green arborvitaes. Do you know what those are?
I do.
Okay. We're planning to intersperse those along the natural vegetation that we're not going to disturb along that common lot line because we're looking to obtain privacy between this single-family house and Munson Meeting.
Okay, but I'm talking about Crowell Road. I'm not talking about Munson Meeting.
Well, as you drive down Crowell Road, the last building on the right before you get to this property is the Munson Meeting complex.
No, I know that,
Well, what we're going to do is along that lot line, that common line, it's already heavily vegetated, but we're going to intersperse emerald green arborvitaes in the spaces to give the future residents of this house privacy from what is really kind of a commercial effort and enterprise, because the first floor of Munson Meeting is all commercial.
Right. Okay.
You'll never see it.
Dave Clark?
I think another thing to keep in mind, Randy, is that the building setback 50 feet. So if they do plantings that begin earlier than 50 feet along the property line, you will be able ultimately to see that side, but it's only when you're right up, right up against it. So it's not like it's the whole way down Crowell Road.
It's 90 feet. Now, over
understand
92
that.
feet. Okay,
Yeah,
so
it's 90
Dave
feet.
Clark has his hand up. Did you want to go to him?
Sure.
Mr. Clark, you are recognized, if you're there. Maybe your hand's been up, and this is from before, perhaps? Could it be? Oh, okay,
you hear me?
welcome. Yes, welcome, thank you.
Yes, okay. So I was just looking at Google Earth from the street view. And Mr. Riley is correct in that as you come down Crowell Road and you pass Munson Meeting, the last portion of Munson Meeting before you get to this property is Munson Meeting's parking lot. There is a substantial vegetated buffer between those parking spaces and Crowell Road. So as Bill said, you won't see this building till you're right on top of it as you're passing it. And the second point I want to make is to I think Ginny's question about residential properties in the neighborhood. There was a single-family house on this lot in approximately the same location and it was torn down as part of the Munson Meeting project. So there was, I remember in my youth, there was a house there. And actually the driveway apron for that house is still there in the sidewalk. It's on the opposite side of where the driveway is proposed now, but there is still a curb cut for that former house. So yeah, you see it on the screen now. All that vegetation on the right where the arrows are is Munson Meeting's vegetated buffer strip from their parking to the street. And where the post and rail fence is about the start of the property that's under discussion now.
And I think what I'm pointing out to now is the curb cut. Is that correct, Dave?
I think so.
Push down, so-
So, anyway.
Okay, well, I don't have any more questions right now, so, Paul, unless anybody else? No, okay, very
I'll
good.
move to close the hearing and move into deliberations.
I would second that. Vote yes.
Paul votes yes.
I vote yes.
Ginny votes yes.
As do I. Okay, deliberations. Lee, you can go ahead.
Okay. Well, to be honest, I really love the idea of smaller homes in that area that could be workforce, affordable, more reasonably priced, but I understand that that is not possible or difficult or uneconomical. It's a perfect world scenario that if we could do that there, it would be wonderful. But,
It would require a variance.
okay.
We closed the public hearing, just so you know.
It would be tricky. But at the same time, I mean, I believe this is a beautiful home. I mean, Karen always does an amazing job designing these homes. It's a beautiful home in what I feel is a very tricky location. I appreciate the landscaping plans that you have in mind. I think it will be lovely. I still think it's a very tricky location, but I'm willing to approve it.
Okay. Ginny, what do you think?
Well, I agree with many of Lee's comments. I think it's very attractive. I like the short 42-foot frontage to Kroll Road. The image that we saw on the screen of all that vegetation, I think that that was before it's been clear cut a little bit, because the site was pretty open, but I didn't really pay that much attention to. So as I'm looking at this rendering that's right here in front of me, it looks like that, Randy, I don't know if you can see that or not, but there's a square box to the very far right-hand side of that, from my right, which is probably the Munson parking lot. And so it's not showing that vegetative, but, I mean, this is just a model, but I think what I'm hearing is that that is vegetated right now, that whole green strip between the driveway and the parking lot, and it would remain that way. So I like that screening, because I do agree with you, Randy, 90 feet is just enormous view, but the 42 across the front that you're really going to see is actually very attractive and modest. And then I would like to hear what others have to say about the GB3 district, because it doesn't appear to me as though, Mr. Riley laid out very well, as did Karen. The setbacks are met, the building coverage is met, the height is good. It's not, in my view, where there's taking advantage, if you will, of the GB district in order to get a home in there. I'm not seeing that really playing out with the numbers. It looks like it meets the criteria for what they're proposing. So I also do agree with Lee's comments and what Mrs. Williams said, though. It would be nice, and it's unfortunate that there's all this red tape. That would have been a great spot for a few homes, smaller, as Mr. Phillips said, tiny homes or smaller homes on that spot. But that's not what's before us, and it doesn't sound like that's really a realistic opportunity, unfortunately, at this time. So those are my thoughts.
Okay. Paul?
Well, I had somewhat the same reaction initially to this proposal as I did at Hydrangea Lane. It seemed to me it was an ideal location for 40B, and I understand that 40B is not necessarily economics. And I don't think it would be economical here either. But I'm a little discouraged that the commercial use in Chatham really doesn't exist as much as it did before, or as it may in the future. We seem to be having more and more residences and less commercial. But I can recall having a conversation in connection with the change that we made to the housing availability on Cross Street, directly behind the commercial buildings that at that point was David Oppenheimer was in, and I was questioning him as to why that wouldn't remain commercial. And he basically said the commercial downtown is in the first row. And once you're past the first row, the commercial just doesn't really exist economically. And I think what Mr. Marsh is saying is probably correct, that this has been on the market for a long period of time on a commercial basis, and it's gone nowhere. And it probably won't go anywhere without Eastwood going forward with this proposal. I think Eastwood does do a good job of landscaping its properties such that they're attractive and they maintain them attractively. So I think that there will be a buffer, as represented by Mr. Marsh, between the property and the commercial businesses directly to the north on Munson Meeting. So I think overall, although I hate to see it happening, that it makes sense to approve this proposal, and it meets our standards.
Mr. Nixon?
Yeah, retail's dead in a lot of places. Think of what you bought last week or next week, and you pick up the phone, Walmart will help you out. What I like about what you've done with this, 3 things. You kept the height down, you kept the front of it reasonable, you kept the dormer off of the second floor on the front of the house. I think those are important things. Plus, you made an effort to treat it, the lot, as if it was for a single-family home by keeping the footprint below 15%, which I really appreciate too. So overall, while it's not ideal to everybody about what you'd like to see, it makes sense 2 ways, economically, and also building a home that's attractive and dumbed down. So I will be supporting it.
Yep. And Steve, if you were voting?
Well, I think as usual, this is a very fine design. It's a great-looking house. It would look good anywhere, I think, in Chatham. However, I think this is probably an inappropriate lot for it. It seems to me like it's going to be very isolated. It's going to be surrounded by commercial property. There's the commercial condos that's basically on 2 sides of this building, and then there's the real estate office on the south side of it. So, and then, you know, there is loss of commercial space. We're trying to attract people to come and live in Chatham, and we need to provide places for them to work maybe someday. So I think the loss of commercial property is not a good thing, regardless of where it is. So I don't think I would support putting a single residential house with a pool on that lot.
So you got very lucky because Steve's not voting today, Lee is. You really hit the jackpot with that, because I don't support it. I don't support it for everything that Steve says, and I truly don't think it's a suitable site for that large of a house. I don't. And I would not feel good about I always think, how am I gonna feel after? And I follow that. I think I love the front. And when I first opened up the package and everything, I was like, oh, that's like my favorite house. honestly. I just love it from the front. But then I look at what I called basically a cruise ship for the side, and I don't like it for there. And so I would not support it. I don't think it meets, number two, suitability of the site for the proposed use, because it's too big. I also think the impact on the neighborhood visual character, including views and vistas, would be impacted negatively. And let's see what else. And I don't think it's compatible with the proposed use of the surrounding, the surrounding land uses, because all those large, beautiful houses that you referred to, they're on side streets. They're on the side streets. So I don't think this belongs there at all, and I would vote no. And I also want to remind you that we had something similar to this. Somebody wanted to build 4 houses, maybe something like this, in the GB. And we weren't having it because we didn't think that very large houses in the GB district was appropriate. And so I would not feel comfortable with this one either, because this is actually worse than the ones the other guy wanted to build in the GB. Worse meaning not that it's not an unbelievably gorgeous house, but it's very, very big. And it takes up a lot of room in a district that it's really not necessarily supposed to be in at that size. So I guess it doesn't really matter, but that's my thought. And Paul?
All right, I'll move to approve the application as submitted with the conditions that all construction activity and vehicles shall be contained on site or at a neighboring property with the permission of the property owner, that between June 30th and Labor Day, no exterior construction will be allowed, no work shall be permitted on the weekends, and construction activity between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. only.
I'll second that and vote yes.
Paul votes yes.
I vote yes.
Ginny votes yes.
And I vote no. So,
Thank you very much.
congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
All right. Let's see, what time is it? We're going to do this next application, and then we're going to take a short break.
Which one are we going
Okay, so what is next?
to? Used to be.
222 Barcliff? 222 Barcliff is next.
Application number 25-098, Benjamin Morgan, care of William G. Litchfield Esquire, 330 Orleans Road, North Chatham, Mass. 02650. Agreed vendee of property located at 222 Barcliff Avenue, also shown on the Town of Chatham's Assessor's Map 14G, Block 72, Lot 11. The applicant proposes to change, alter, or expand a nonconforming dwelling on a nonconforming lot via the demolition of the existing dwelling and the construction of a new dwelling and accessory structure, garage/pool house. The existing dwelling is nonconforming in that it is located 35.1 feet from the road where a 40-foot setback is required and 21.4 feet from the westerly abutter. The proposed dwelling will be nonconforming in that it will be located 24.4 feet from the westerly abutter where a 25-foot setback is required. The proposed accessory structure will meet road and abutter setback requirements. The existing building coverage is 2,019 square feet, and the proposed building coverage is 2,839 square feet, where 2,850 square feet is the maximum allowed. The lot is non-conforming in that it contains 20,500 square feet, where 40,000 square feet is required in the R40 zoning district. A special permit is required under Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, Section 6, and Section 5B of the Protective Bylaw.
Welcome back, Attorney Litchfield.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, members of the board. Bill Litchfield here on behalf of Ben Morgan, who is in the last row on the aisle. Also with us today is Bernadette McLeod of Design It, who did the house plans for what Ben proposes to build on the north side of Barcliff Avenue in a residentially zoned location, not a GB3 zone. What we are proposing today is to demolish a house that has been in that site for nearly 100 years, but which has had some significant problems. The son of the homeowner is online with us today, and Sarah is graciously putting up some illustrations. They are not my artwork. They are the result of a flood which occurred in the house. It has had some very significant damage as a result of that. The owner of the property, who is not a teenager, is in the process of selling it to Ben. Mr. Kutenplan Senior will, in all likelihood, you can see the floor is warped and everything else. So the house has got some significant problems. It's not a matter of what some folks call demolition by neglect. This was a winter pipe burst which caused significant problems. Moreover, the house itself, while old, it was formerly deemed by the Historical Commission to be historically significant, but in a highly unusual event, they actually changed their determination and decided that it was not historically significant. It has, as you know from having seen it, been changed a number of times over the years. So we'll go into the criteria, and maybe Sarah would be gracious. Thank you, sir, for putting those up. Maybe Sarah can put up the elevations, and you'll have a sense of what Ben proposes to build there, which is a traditional Greek revival with a wing. Greek revival may not be entirely correct, and Bernadette could correct me, but I tend to see a gable end of the street and call it Greek revival. It's a traditional look, and the front elevation, top left, is what you will see because it is a long but relatively narrow lot. So we designed the house to fit the lot. We are eliminating, as Sarah indicated, two of the several nonconformities and reducing one of them further. So we'll again go into the criteria as to adequacy of site, including building coverage and setbacks, with only one exception. Every nearby lot is nonconforming, but notwithstanding those nonconformities as to lot size and setbacks, the site is adequate for structures which have existed there for 105 years. If you approve the special permit, you can do so based on the finding that the site remains adequate for construction of a replacement home and garage. We will be eliminating the street setback nonconformity, moving the house further back. You recently approved a structure to the left, and that's much closer to the street than we will be. We are moving it back. We are reducing one of the sideline nonconformities as well, and while coverage is increasing, it remains compliant. As the compatibility of the size with the neighborhood, if you look at the third page of the handout, you will note that we have a relatively large lot with low, under 10% coverage. We are currently compatible as to size and consistent as to gross floor area and living area. As rebuilt, the house will remain compatible. Again, we're moving it further back from the street. The full basement, of course, inflates the gross floor area. The living area of the proposed house is 3,700 square feet. Again, coverage complies, and it's in keeping with its surroundings as well. As to the extent of increase, there are nonconformities, as noted by Sarah in the legal ad. There is no increase in nonconformity. Again, the street setback nonconformity is eliminated, the sideline setback is improved, and the garage, of course, which complies as far at the rear of the lot, and we remain consistent with the neighborhood. The site is suitable, excuse me, there are no wetlands or environmental issues there. Pardon me. As to scale, sighting, mass views, and vistas, the existing house, again, is close to the street. It's been modified and expanded over the years, but with no disrespect to the Kutenplan family of the current owners, it is not an architectural gem. Moreover, it has had significant recent difficulties. That water damage has made it close to uninhabitable. It is, however, without impact on views and vistas. If you approve the special permit, it will allow for what we think is an appropriate and traditional design, cited to minimize mass. The scale remains appropriate. It will have, I think you can find, a positive impact on the streetscape. It'll be a 1 3/4 story house consistent with the street, but it will be a foot lower than the existing house. We're not going up, we're actually going down about a foot. The garage, again, is way at the back of the lot. As to compatibility of residential use, that will remain unchanged. It will be residential. And We currently have town water and 4 bedrooms. A new septic system will be installed. The chair will read a comment from health agent who has no concerns, having reviewed the project, and the pool house cabana attached to the garage will not be used as a bedroom. There are no traffic flow and safety, noise, or similar issues. The question, as you know, is whether the proposed house architecturally appropriate and providing for additional but still reasonable living area with a garage and cabana at the rear of the lot, whether that is substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than the current non-conforming structure on a non-conforming lot. As I mentioned, the Historical Commission reviewed the situation. In light of the circumstances, as well as the modifications to the house over the year, they reversed a prior finding of historic importance and found that it was not historically, the existing house was not historically important and thus did not impose any demolition delay. The proposed change, I think you can find, is consistent with other upgrades on Barcliff Avenue, but it's of an appropriate scale, and by virtue of relocation on the lot and narrowing of the house, it is more rather than less compliant with current zoning requirements. It's an appropriate design, and I think you can find the house to be reasonable and consistent with its surroundings. The footprint increases, but it's below limits, and it's in a neighborhood that has coverage of up to 18%. So in this location, given the criteria and the plans, I think that you can find that the proposed change is likely an improvement over what now exists, and certainly not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood. I had more, but you've already gone through a lengthy hearing, so I'll leave it at that. We'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody here on Microsoft Teams who wishes to speak in favor of this application? Please raise your hand. Seeing none, I will read the correspondences. First one is from Jim Sullivan on November 19th, 2025. They live at, let's see, 16 Surrey Lane. My wife and I are writing in support of Ben Morgan's application for a special permit to demolish the existing dwelling at 222 Barcliff and the construction of a new house. We recently completed a renovation of our own, which a special permit was granted. We reviewed the plans for the property and strongly support the approval of the requested special permit. We are sure Ben's representative, Attorney Litchfield, will address each of the 12 factors. And however, from our perspective, Ben's project will enhance the neighborhood since the proposed project will be fully compatible with the character of the neighborhood, including other recently constructed dwellings at 184 and 209 Barcliff, and the immediate adjacent property at 230 Barcliff. Next, we have a note from Christina Bassett from the CHC. They found the house to be historically significant, but they did not impose a demolition. Not historically significant, no demolition delay. November 18th, 2025. Judith Giorgio, the health agent, November 18th, 2025. The proposal for a 4-bedroom dwelling plus the pool house is acceptable. The pool house may not be used as a bedroom, as it opens directly to the garage. A new septic system is proposed and must be approved by the health department prior to construction. Last, we have a note from 8 Cod Lane, Andrew and Allison Pelosi. They have a home on Cod Lane and are writing in support of the application for 222 Barcliff. They've seen the plans and they believe the project is appropriate. Anybody here on Microsoft Teams wishes to speak against the application or has a specific question? No. Questions from the board? Mr. Veach.
It's a good looking. The only question I had, and this is not certainly is not really entering, although I'm not voting on this one anyway. So, but it's a nice traditional forms and design. What I'm wondering is what I can't quite tell what the proposed siding materials are going to be. Are they shingles and clapboards, or
Mr. Moore, they can't hear you, but if either Ms. McLeod or Mr. Morgan can just either tell me or come up here, that would be appreciated. Thank you. As is not unusual for Chatham, or at least Cape Cod, probably shingles on the side and rear, possibly clapboards on the front.
Yeah, but-
I'm guessing it would be sort of a traditional white with sidewall shingles in the rear.
Yeah, sure. No, that's good. I just frequently, these, I see projects as we've approved and they look great, but they don't look quite traditional by the time you get finished with the materials. Thanks. That's all I had,
No,
Randy.
that was a great question. We're thinking a lot about aspects that we've never thought of before in our recent travels through 40B. So, Mr. Nixon, questions?
I have no questions, thank you.
Paul, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Lee, do you?
Just a quick one. It's a one-car garage, correct? And is there storage above or storage above the garage? It looks like there's a
There's a full
dormer.
basement in the house, and I think that will address storage issues, but there is not storage above the garage. Correct, there is not storage above the garage.
Steve, do you have any questions?
Just the one thing that's keeping you from full compliance is that westerly setback.
And
by
I
about a half a
recognize
foot or so.
it's only 6 inches, but it's only 6 inches.
Right, right.
So it could be argued either way. We tried, but to get the living area, given that we started with 3 nonconformities and we got rid of 2 of them,
So that's the
Yep.
remaining one.
and I understand the question.
But it's very good. It's
Yep.
a very nice project.
Thank you.
It looks good. Thank you.
Jenny, questions?
Just a couple. Mr. Litchfield, I think you said the gross floor area looked exaggerated because it has a full foundation underneath that basement? Okay. Also, I thought you said that the house, the proposed house is a foot lower than the current
I
house?
believe that's on Mr. Eldridge's site plan, in which he notes that the proposed building height is 28.1, existing is 29.0. I misspoke, it's 0.9 of a foot,
Okay.
not a foot.
All right. Now, I was surprised. I don't really remember it being that tall. It's a old 4-square, which, with the hip roof, which, I was surprised thinking, like, I don't remember it being almost the maximum. Okay, so it's a foot lower, what's proposed. There were no, numbers that were listed on the plans from Ryder and Wilcox as far as length of the house, so I just kind of manually estimated it based on some of the site plan numbers, and it looks like it's about 68 feet long in the back. Is that about what you know?
It's a lot less than 92. But that sounds like that sounds approximately correct. I could run and get my scale that's in my briefcase and confirm, but that sounds reasonable.
Yeah, and that's just the house, and then, of course, it's the pool area, and then it's got the pool house, too. So it is, understanding the lot line is, or the lot is narrow and skinny. I can see why the, sort of that Greek revival with the long back is what's being proposed, but I do hate to see the
Yeah, I
4-square.
think the lot is approximately 210 feet deep, so it is a fairly long lot.
Yeah, small lot, but long lot, okay. And you said it's moving further back from the street, and it looks like it was going to 40.5, so it meets now the street, the setback of 40 feet?
Yeah, we are meeting the 40. I think currently we're 30-something, 30,
35.
yeah, we're at 40 and a half, so we are moving it further back to be compliant. We didn't want to have Mr. DeBoer ask us a second question.
Okay, thank you.
What are you going to do about the pool? You're going to have one of those automatic covers and a fence, or?
Automatic cover or fence? Not yet determined. If a fence obviously is required, Mr. Briggs will see to it, and it would be, but if not, an automatic cover.
Yeah, okay. All right. Paul?
I'll move to close the hearing and move into deliberations.
I second that, vote yes.
All votes yes.
I vote yes.
Ginny votes yes.
As do I. Okay, deliberations. Mr. Nixon, we'll start with you today.
Well, all in all, I think it's a great improvement, I really do. It certainly is compatible with the neighborhood. I like the fact that it did come down almost a foot, not quite, but almost a foot. I think that's good, it's smart. Great design. I see no reason to believe it's substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood in any way, shape, or form.
And Mr. Veach, if you were voting.
Yes, if I were voting, I would support it. It's nice-looking design. That neighborhood has been in a lot of transition over the years. I mean, recently, and I kind of feel badly for the neighborhood, but I think when this is done, it's going to be a nice improvement, and it's a great project. Thanks.
And Paul?
Yes, I agree with my colleagues. We've been out to Barcliff a lot in the last year and a half, 2 years. But there's no way that this is substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood.
Lee?
Yeah, I agree with my colleagues. This is my neighborhood, kind of, somewhat close. And I love the design. I think Ms. McLeod always does a great job with her designs. They're very traditional, they're very reasonable. And I think the positioning on the lot is great. I would, however, like to make a plug, sometimes I do this, for the traditional white cedar shingles on the sides.
Yep.
Thank you.
That turned gray automatically?
That turned gray
Yeah,
naturally.
we're into that now, just heads up.
Yeah, I would love to see that.
Yeah, and Steve?
Well, I think it's a very nice project. It's kind of a shame to see what happened to the original house, but I know that's out of a lot of people's control, but I think this is a good project. It fit into the neighborhood. Seems like there's sort of a perpetual building going on. There's house next door and house across the street, and there's a lot going on over there, but I think it's a good project and it'll fit right in. I don't think it's detrimental at all.
And Jenny?
Well, I'm going to quote Randy when she said, "I hate to be the skunk at the picnic," but I don't like the design. First of all, I'm sorry to see the Foursquare go. I watched the historic hearing. I know the issues with it. And I do see how that lot would lend itself more to this Greek Revival style with the long back. But what I don't like is that this is a 1920s home, and you don't have to replace it with a Foursquare. And the Greek Revival is very historic. But while I would say there are attributes of the Greek Revival here, as Mr. Litchfield said, the gable and the wing, that's correct. The gable front is the only thing that is Greek Revival about this. Yes, Greek Revivals have that wing, but usually the wing is set farther back. So I want to ask you, Sarah, to go to page 204. This is a top view of the floor plan. A look down of the floor plan.
It's only set back a couple of feet.
Right, that wing is very shallow, and that is what is throwing, to me, it off from looking like it's a Greek Revival. The only thing that is Greek Revival is that front gable end. So that's what no, not that one.
Floor plan, Sarah.
Yeah, the floor plan, Sarah, sorry, I was just looking at first floor. Okay, so that far left, see where the covered porch is? That far left, I was just trying to get a quick view of what, right there, yeah. That is, I believe, unless I'm misreading it, that is the setback of the wing. And so it doesn't look like a wing when you're looking at it. It looks like a full house, which to me does not look Greek Revival. The second thing that I don't like about it, even though the height is lower, I do like that. Sarah, if you'll go to 1 of 4, which is the front, the side, the back views. The other thing too is that often the roof, and I know we're talking design here, but the reason I'm making these points is because this is a historic home. And I know Barcliff isn't registered to be historic, but there are historic homes there. And losing the Foursquare, there are only a handful of Foursquares in Chatham. But getting back to the roof, it's a long side view. And the fact that the entire roof line that's going all the way across, there's no indent of, like, the gable end should be going into perhaps a lower roof line in some portions, and then the shed dormer on the side. I just feel like it's not, it could be improved to achieve a truer Greek revival look, which in my opinion would be more in keeping with the historic replacement of the 1924 square.
Yep, so, I don't like the design either. But the way I'd like to put it is that this really reminds me of what we struggled with 184 Barcliff. I don't know if you know what I even mean when I say that, but there is a house that was purchased very close by, and we didn't think that it really fit in on Barcliff, and we went back and forth, and it wasn't pleasant. It wasn't. And yeah, truth be told, it was about the style of it in a way, but this is a historic street, and this is kind of like one of those Anywhere USA type of houses. When you look at it, it doesn't really improve the street, in any way, in my opinion. It's hard to vote no on it because, you decrease the height, and, it's better than, in a way, from what's there now in terms of the fact that it's rotted, and that's unfortunate. But it would be nice if you could come back with something a little more Cape Cod-ish, in my opinion. I don't know if that persuades you in any way.
If I might respond, because I think
Sure.
deliberations, couple of
Yeah.
thoughts. First, the existing house lost whatever historic character it had, not because of the water damage, but because of additions put on the front. Secondly, I understand Ms. Fenwick's point about a preference to have the wing set back, but because of the front entryway, when you are driving west on Barcliff, you will note that it will appear to be significantly further back because of the entryway. So if it's only a foot or two now with the entryway, which is 3 or 4 feet, it's going to be 5 or 6 feet back, which I think will help. If you're heading east on Barcliff, you're not going to see it anyway because of the front entryway. I think it is, and every decision that you make is to a degree inherently subjective. If we were coming to you with a Vermont ski chalet in A-frame, I would understand comments about design. Here, however, I think what has been designed is appropriate, but most importantly, two points that are important. I addressed this board a couple of times, 3 times, I think, about another house just a little bit further down on Barcliff Avenue, where there was a hue and cry of neighbors who were decidedly unimpressed with what was proposed. There's no one here. They're here because they appreciate what Ben has done. They've seen what Ben has done, and the neighbors do not oppose this. Well, it's your decision, of course. The impact on the neighbors can often be gained by neighborhood comments. Finally, and most importantly, is it substantially more detrimental? I think the answer to that has to be no. Some of us might like cedar shingles weathering. Some of us might like white clapboards. But is what is proposed here now substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than what now exists? I cannot help but say, no, it is not substantially more detrimental.
No, I understand what you said, and, it's our job to regulate growth and development, and so I think we have a say in what really fits in a neighborhood.
Absolutely.
And it would be hard to say that it's substantially detrimental, but I don't think it's hard to say that you could do a lot better, you know? And I guess I'll leave it at that.
If I
So-
could, Madam Chairman, if the board would do, because I'm getting old and the data is getting long, if I could be reminded of which members are voting, that would be.
Yes, you may be reminded of that. Ginny would be voting, Lee, Paul, myself, and Mr. Nixon.
Under those circumstances, I would ask for a straw poll or a straw vote.
Okay, I guess that's okay. Sure, Mr. Nixon, how would you vote?
I think Mr. Litchfield hit the nail on the head. It would be very difficult using our criteria to say that this is substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood. Might be a little bit, or, you know, Jenny's point is very good, yours point is very good, but I can't put those points into the substantial category. So I would be voting in favor of this application.
Sure. Okay, Paul?
I agree with Mr. Nixon.
And Lee, you do too?
I do too.
Yep. And Ginny, what about you?
Well, the substantial part is, I think, the crux of it. I, as I mentioned, would like to see it be a more traditional Greek revival. But I'm also reminded by Mr. Litchfield that the Historic Commission, while it was historic, and it is 1920, it's not been rendered historically significant by them, and we listen to them today based on the changes that were made in 2013. So I would love to see a deeper setback to the front, but I would not say that it's substantially more detrimental.
So if I stick to my opinion, I won't blow up your
As long
project?
as you vote last, Madam Chairman, that's fine by me.
Yep, all right, I'm in the mood to do that
Do we
today.
non-voters get to opine, or?
We
was
already
it-
know your
Yeah,
opinion. We already
okay,
know.
yeah, well, I'd just say with my experience, I would have fallen in with what Mr. Nixon had to say. I just don't think it meets the substantial part enough for me, that's all.
And I didn't vote yet, I just threatened it. So it doesn't matter anyway. You know, it didn't matter in the last application, it doesn't matter in this one. So that's all right. So Paul,
I'll move to approve the application as submitted with the conditions that all construction activity and vehicles shall be contained on site or at a neighboring property with the permission of the property owner, that between June 30th and Labor Day, no exterior construction will be allowed. No work shall be permitted on the weekends, and construction activity between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. only.
and Mr. Nixon?
I second that motion and vote yes.
All
Paul?
votes yes.
I vote yes.
Ginny votes yes.
And I'm just going to vote no for the record.
Thank you very much. We
Yes, thank
appreciate your
you.
time.
Very good. All right, we're going to take a short break, and we will see you back on the other side, 4 o'clock, maybe 4:05.
Herndon, care of James M. Norcross Esquire, P.O. Box 707, Chatham, Mass. 02633. Owners of property located at 18 Old Wharf Road, also shown on the Town of Chatham's Assessor's Map 16I, Block 12, Lot 9. The applicant proposes to change, alter, or expand a non-conforming dwelling on a non-conforming lot via the construction of a partial second-floor addition and construction of a detached garage. The existing dwelling is non-conforming in that it is located 26.4 feet from the road where a 40-foot setback is required and 15.7 feet from the westerly abutter. The proposed addition will be non-conforming in that it will be located 15.7 feet from the westerly abutter where a 25-foot setback is required. The proposed detached garage will comply with road and abutter setback requirements. The existing building coverage is 1,792 square feet, and the proposed building coverage is 2,378 square feet, where 2,900 square feet is the maximum allowed. The lot is non-conforming in that it contains 22,596 square feet, where 40,000 square feet is required in the R40 zoning district. A special permit is required under Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, Section 6, and Section 5B of the Protective Bylaw.
Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Jamie Norcross representing Russ and Jennifer Herndon. Russ is in the audience today in the gray sweater on the left. Jennifer looks like she is logged in remotely. With me is Chris Cannon, who's the architect for the project. Before jumping into the presentation, I just want to address one of the procedural items, since I know the zoning board likes to go last in terms of the regulatory review. The part of the project, the garage, is located within the conservancy, the setback for the Conservation Commission. We have not yet been to the Conservation Commission. When we filed the zoning application, we thought the notice of intent would be filed around the same time. There was a delay in getting the mitigation planting plan completed, which is required for their filing. So we have not yet been to the Conservation Commission. I believe our hearing date is going to be December 17th. With the board's approval, we would like to present today at the very least and go through the project, if that's agreeable.
It's agreeable.
Excellent, thank you. So Russ and Jennifer purchased this property back in 2021. Their goal is to relocate to Chatham on a full-time basis in the not-too-distant future. This addition, which Chris is going to explain in more detail, is to create additional living area at the home, along with a full-size garage with their upcoming relocation in mind. The site may not look that challenging, but there are some challenging aspects to the development on it. I'm just going to find here. There is a view easement that you see here in the dashed lines that runs across pretty much the middle of the property, and that's for the benefit of the abutter at 714 Old Harbor Road. And so you really can't expand the structure in that area due to the view easement. And so horizontal expansion is pretty much impossible that direction in terms of attaching to the existing structure. And so the plan became to work within the existing footprint of the dwelling, which we're doing here with the second-story addition, and then moving the proposed garage south of the easement area that you see here, further toward the back of the lot. Just wanted to run through a few numbers with you in terms of nonconformities. The lot is nonconforming. It has 22,000 square feet, 40,000 square feet is required. Existing structures nonconforming is located 26.4 feet from Old Wharf Road, where a 40-foot setback is required, and is located 15.7 feet from the west lot line, where a 25-foot setback is required. As I just mentioned, the proposed addition will maintain the existing footprint of the dwelling, so it's going to remain nonconforming to the west lot line, but it's not going any closer to that lot line. The proposed garage will meet all dimensional setbacks. The total building coverage is increasing from 7.9% to 10.5%, and that's as a result of the proposed garage space. In terms of gross floor area, it's a 1,500 square foot increase. I did want to note that 600 square feet is for the addition to the house, and the 900 square feet is for the garage, because Chris is counting the garage itself as well as the storage area above. And so that results in a larger number than you might expect for the garage space. But so, and that also results in that number, I think, being a bit larger than may look when you view the plans. So with that, I'd ask Chris to please go through the design.
Thank you. So, you know, my charge was to take a master bedroom and fit it above the rear portion of the house. The front portion of the house is considered historic. It's a 1947 cottage. The house has been built on, I think, I think it was added to at least 2 times, and then it's been remodeled probably 2 or 3 times as well. So, you know, we wanted to keep it towards the back, not affect the front portion of the house. A little bit of a challenge, but I think I was able to somewhat pull it off by having it recessed, you know, in elevation. It's going to look like it's overtaking things, but in reality, I think it's actually being set back from the street will fit in quite well. I, you know, dealt with it as with a sort of salt box look on the side, so that I could also give the impact to the neighbors a little bit less with a big heavy wall, but, you know, give it a little roof line that looked like it was coming down more to the first floor level. So, you know, the whole purpose of this is to get a master bedroom upstairs with a bathroom that's absolutely dedicated to that, instead of the room that they currently have on the first floor that's dedicated to any guests or anybody roaming around the first floor, and one of the other bedrooms. And, you know, upstairs they're able to get more storage space for clothing and whatnot. And then, you know, I think one of the nicer features is that they will be able to gain their view to the water from the second floor that is a little bit compromised from the first.
Okay.
Great, thank you, Chris. So moving along to the criteria, number 1, adequacy of the size of the site. We believe the site is adequate for this proposal. The proposed addition to the house is confined within the existing footprint. The building coverage is increasing, but we're still over 500 square feet below the maximum allowed for this property. We are not creating any additional nonconformities with respect to the setbacks for the house, and the garage will meet all abutter setbacks. Compatibility of the size of the proposed structure with neighboring properties. I'd suggest the proposed home is compatible in terms of size with the neighboring properties. I did prepare a gross floor area analysis that's attached to the end of my handout, and you can see, reviewing those numbers, that I think we are quite compatible with neighboring properties, some of which are quite large, some of which are smaller, and I think we fall somewhere in the middle using that metric. Extent of the proposed increase in nonconforming nature of the structure or use. I'd say the only increase is that we are adding a second story within the setback to the west lot line, but again, we're not creating any further encroachments into that setback or any other setback. Suitability of the site, we believe the site is suitable for the project. The only portion that is going to be reviewed by the Conservation Commission is the proposed garage, which is located within the 100-foot setback to the wetland. That is currently lawn area, so we don't think it's going to be a significant hurdle with the Conservation Commission for approval for that structure. Number 5, impact of scale, setting, and mass. I'd suggest there's no negative impact on neighborhood visual character. The proposed addition, while increasing the height of that section, is just over 26 feet in height, so it's well below the 30-foot maximum. As Chris indicated, he did the design with the dormers on the rear to mitigate the additional massing as seen from the neighboring property. If you've been to the site, which I'm sure you've had, you've seen there's significant vegetation surrounding the property, which helps to screen the structure from neighboring properties. Also, by using a detached garage, it lessens the massing that might be encountered if you were to have a garage attached to the existing building. I would note, as the chair will read into the record, the 3 immediate abutters, including the folks at 714 Old Harbor Road that are closest to the addition, all have written in support of the project today. Number 6, this is a residential use and it's remaining a residential use, so it's compatible. Number 7, it has a Title V system, is connected to town water, and there are no issues with drainage. And I would suggest 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 are not applicable. So again, it's a change. I think working with what really is a bit of a difficult site, Chris has come up with a design that allows for that additional room on the second floor for a true master bedroom, and we certainly think it is not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, especially for the 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 part.
Help where I can, yeah.
Yeah, well done. So, is there anybody here on Microsoft Teams who wishes to speak in favor? If so, make it known. No, okay. So we have 6 letters to read, and first one is from Judith Giorgio, November 18th, 2025. She has no concerns for this existing 3-bedroom dwelling, no living space or plumbing proposed in detached garage. Christina Bassett from the Historic tells us that on October 31, 2025, the commission found this home not historically significant and therefore did not impose a demolition delay. Then we have a note from the conservation. The applicant will need to submit a notice of intent. We already know about that, and that was received on Halloween as well, 2025. Kate Walsh and Eric Gopstad wrote in on November 16th, 2025, and they say that they live next door to Russ and Jennifer Herndon. They are writing to offer their strong support, and this is in bold type for this part, for their renovation project on 18 Old Wharf Road, North Chatham. From the outset, we've been impressed by the care and attention they have demonstrated as they carefully restore the home. What they propose is in step with 18 Old Wharf Road, making it their permanent home. We live on 714 Old Harbor Road, so naturally we are concerned about construction in our backyard. And it was explained to them what was going to be done, and the renderings were deemed by them to be completely consistent with the home's character, and more important, the dimensions and characteristics of their home on Old Wharf. We know you have many factors to consider, and we appreciate your efforts and believe that the Herndon's renovation is consistent with the character of the neighborhood. Next, Jeffrey Campbell from November 14th, 2025, says, hello, we are abutters to 18 Old Wharf Road at 700 Old Harbor Road. Having seen the proposed plans, we have no objection, and we support the changes. Marilyn and Bob Zoka write on November 10th, 2025, that they support the renovations. They currently own both 30 Old Wharf and 90, and they had the opportunity to discuss the plans and see the drawings, walk through the premises. They were shown around, and they believe that the renovations will be in keeping, and they strongly support the project. Now, is there anybody here on Microsoft Teams that has a question or wants to speak against the application? Now's your time. Okay. Questions from the board. I'm going to do are there any? Oh, yes, well, of course.
Chris, what are the ceiling heights in that upstairs master bedroom of the proposed?
Oh, gosh.
It looked like on one of the renderings it was 7 3/4, or,
I'm guessing I put in 7, 8, because that's sort of a typical for me.
but it looked like it was also maybe a cathedral sort of.
Oh, no, it's
ceiling.
7 foot 3 3/4 to the ceiling. Then it's lofted
It is
with
lofted,
beams. Yeah.
Okay. Is there any room to reduce that and stay in code compliance for building?
Yes and no. In order for me to to have a door that goes out to this deck, I needed it to be a certain height. And while I can stick a header up inside the roof, it looks like I'm already pretty close. So to drop that down would be a challenge.
You're not wrong.
And it's basically, on the back elevation, it's basically sort of centered so that it works with the back elevation.
So that's the west elevation. So is that door there for a balcony for a view? Is that why
Yes.
doors needs to be there? Okay.
Yes.
So part of the door is driving the height a little bit.
A little bit, but I mean, it's still a pretty low wall.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else have a question? If not, we're going to move along.
I'll move to close the hearing and move into deliberations.
I'll second that and vote yes.
All votes yes.
I vote yes.
Jenny votes yes.
As do I. Okay, now we're going to do deliberations. Let's start with Mr. Beach.
Well, what I like about this is it's these sort of smaller elements of the pieces of the building, and this part is popping up, and I think, and it's not in the same sort of size relationship as the rest of the, I think it looks great. I think it's you know, you can see an evolution of the building, I guess you'd say. And I think it's a nice design, accomplishes what they'd like. Certainly not substantially more detrimental in any way. I think it has the support of the neighbors, and if I were voting, I would support it.
Mr. Nixon?
Well, I take a little different tact than Mr. Veach. The evolution is obvious, all right, but when I look at our criteria, and I'll start backwards and work forward, the impact of scale, siting, and mass on neighborhood visual character, this design where it's one level and then all of a sudden you get another level here, to me, it is totally out of the visual character of that neighborhood when you look around and see what else is there. Number two, the suitability of the site. Well, as I think Mr. Norcross pointed out, it's very limited, the site, as to what you can do. And that forces you into what I just described in number 5 as being, I think, unacceptable. And number 2, compatibility of the size of the proposed structure with the neighboring properties. That's the same thing as I said with number 5. I don't see it. I don't see it at all. It doesn't fit. It is not compatible. And I do believe this is an excellent example of something that is substantially detrimental to the neighborhood.
Okay, let's see. Steve?
Well, I guess I kind of feel the same way. To me, the addition is overwhelming the original cottage of the house. I don't think it matches its architecture, and I don't like very much about the way this is being done at all. So I think it's also detrimental.
Ann Lee? You're voting.
Yeah. Well, can I say I love the garage?
Yeah.
It's a very traditional Cape style. I think it's great, and hopefully Conservation will approve that easily. It's not even that tall of a building, the new addition. But I think it's in relation to the old cottage that makes it a little bit more look like it's overtaking things. And I would like to see it, and I totally appreciate wanting a master bedroom and having a view, but I would love to see it integrated with the older cottage a little bit better. I think that would help with the mass and fitting into the neighborhood.
Let's see. Paul?
Well, I guess I agree with my colleagues a little bit. When I look at this southeast view, it just seems to me as if it's too big a structure going too high for that location and the neighborhood. So I'm somewhat of the same view that it needs to be reduced or downsized a bit in order to fit into the neighborhood.
Ginny?
Yeah, I agree with my colleagues, too. I want to love it because I love the cottage. But I think that the addition, Chris, I understand the challenges that you had with the view easement and all of that. But I do feel it's a little bit like the tail is wagging the dog. I mean, the additions are oftentimes subordinate. And the fact that this is in the back, but I just think it's not helping the cottage. I think it's taking away from the cottage, which is absolutely wonderful. So I think my first thought when I looked at it was criteria 5. It's a little too much mass, albeit in the back, on the visual character of the neighborhood.
So I have to go along with my colleagues. I'm not going to expound on any of it because I don't think it would
Just,
help.
if I could just touch on one point in terms of, I understand your comments on the design. I guess I'm confused on the size relative to the scale with the neighborhood. When you look around
Yeah.
the neighborhood, there's a lot of big properties, a lot of big homes. You look across the street, we're significantly smaller than that, so I'm not sure how the size is out of character with the neighborhood.
Maybe it's just the way it's, presented on the lot. With the back being, so big and then the cars being smaller. I'm gonna call it awkward,
Okay.
and it matters. So, yeah, it's a great street. And when I first looked at it too, I said, oh my God, the houses are so big, how could you ever, whatever they want to do there. It seems at first glance, it's okay, but then if you really take a look at it, do you want to withdraw? Or do you want to vote?
We don't want to vote. I guess there'll probably be more significant changes than a continuance would allow, so we would ask to withdraw without prejudice.
Yep, sure. Paul?
I'll move to grant the requested withdrawal without prejudice.
I second that and vote yes.
All votes yes.
I vote yes.
Ginny votes yes.
As do I. Thank you very much, and we'll see you next time. All right. Now we're gonna go over to 83 Pine Grove Road for an addition and deck.
Application number 25-095, James Dempsey and Heidi Pitcher, care of George Riley, 63 Brook Trail Road, Brewster, Mass. 02631. Owners of property located at 83 Pine Grove Road, also shown in the Town of Chatham's Assessor's Map 9A, Block 2, Lot H60. The applicant seeks to enlarge, extend, or change a conforming dwelling on a non-conforming lot via the construction of an addition and deck. The proposed addition and deck will comply with all bulk and dimensional requirements of the bylaw, but is considered a substantial alteration, and under the second accept clause of Section 6 of Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, requires the grant of a special permit. The existing building coverage is 1,553 square feet, 12.94%, and the proposed building coverage is 1,800 square feet, 15%, where 15% is the maximum allowed. The lot is non-conforming, and that it contains 12,000 square feet, where 20,000 square feet is required in the R20 zoning district. A special permit is required under Mass General Law, Chapter 48, Section 6, and Section 5B of the protective bylaw.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you. This is, I'm George Riley, representing the Dempseys. The proposal here is to expand the kitchen and dining area in the first floor in the rear of the house. It's a 247-foot expansion and with a 10-foot deck. The setback and building coverage are within the bylaw. There's no nonconformities proposed, and there's no nonconformities in that area existing. So if we look up here, can we go back to the site plan? There you go. So the proposal is in the rear of the house. It's invisible from the road. It's also invisible from the parcel to the north west there because of the extension of the garage. And there's no one in the parcel in the rear that's a conservation trust land. And the parcel to the other side is well vegetated with trees. So the proposed project is virtually invisible to almost all abutters. So that is pretty much.
Yeah, and you gave written findings too, which is great. It's a simple project.
Yes.
Yeah.
So can we waive should I go through the criteria?
I don't think it's necessary because
Okay.
you did give us the written findings and, so I think we'll stop it at that, if that's okay with you.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Is there anybody here on Microsoft Teams who wishes to speak in favor of the application? If so, please raise your hand. Seeing none, I will read the correspondences, and there is one from our health agent who has no concerns. November 18th, 2025. Judith Giorgio, of course. All right, is there anybody here on Microsoft Teams who wishes to speak against the application or has a question? No. All right, are there any questions from the board?
Just one comment.
Sure, of course.
George, just our standard, where I see that you're right up against the 15% maximum lot coverage, so you want to be very careful not to exceed that.
Right, so we've been quite careful with that because we took the plans and ran them by the surveyor and the state to make sure that we were within the 15%.
Great,
Well,
thanks.
Well, I guess we'll have to be equally careful in the construction too, so.
Yeah, yeah, good point. Okay, so, Paul?
I'll move to close the hearing and move into deliberations.
I'll second that and vote yes.
All vote yes.
I vote yes.
Ginny votes yes.
As do I. All right, who wants to say it for us? Anybody want to say it? Paul, go ahead.
I look at it as certainly not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood, so I think it satisfies our criteria.
All right. Dave, what do you think?
I agree. It's good, very good.
Yeah, Mr. Nixon?
100% agree.
And Lee?
I agree. It's a great way to get a little bit of a larger kitchen. It's great.
Yeah. Steve? Yeah, agree? And Jenny?
I agree with my colleagues.
As do I. Okay.
I'll move to approve the application as submitted with our standard conditions that all construction activity and vehicles shall be contained on site or at a neighboring property with the permission of the property owner, that between June 30th and Labor Day, no exterior construction will be allowed. No work shall be permitted on the weekends, and construction activity between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. only.
I second that and vote yes.
All vote yes.
I vote yes.
Ginny votes yes.
As do I. Congratulations, it's unanimous.
Thank you.
All right. Now we are going to go to 127 Stage Harbor Road.
Application number 25-090, Susan Probst and Anthony Grimm, care of William F. Riley Esquire, P.O. Box 707, Chatham, Mass. 02633. Owners of property located at 127 Stage Harbor Road, also shown on the Town of Chatham's Assessors Map 14D, Block 21, Lot 14B. The applicant proposes to change, alter, or expand a nonconforming dwelling in a nonconforming lot via the demolition of the existing dwelling and the construction of a new dwelling. The existing dwelling is nonconforming in that it is located 20 feet from the Coastal Conservancy District. The proposed dwelling will be nonconforming in that it will be located 35.6 feet from the Coastal Conservancy District, where a 50-foot setback is required. The existing building coverage is 2,479 square feet, 16.6%, and the proposed building coverage is 2,576 square feet, 17.2%, where 15% but not more than 2,800 square feet is the maximum allowed. The lot is nonconforming in that it contains 14,956 square feet of buildable upland, where 20,000 square feet is required in the R40 zoning district. A special permit is required under Mass General Law, Chapter 48, Section 6, and Section 5B of the protected bylaw.
Welcome, folks.
Good afternoon. Bill Riley on behalf of Susie Prost and her husband Tony. They're back here, driven all the way up from Pennsylvania, just to see how the magic works here.
And who do you have with you?
This is Bernadette McLeod.
Okay.
She has designed the
Good.
house.
Welcome.
It's in front of you. So some of you may recall that this property was before you several years ago. And your comments at that time were that the building was simply too large. And so Susie and Tony, took that stuff to heart and worked with Bernadette to come up with a design that they think really fits with the neighborhood. And so we want to point out a couple of things before Bernadette starts, and that is that one of our neighbors, Mr. Williams, Ed Warren, excuse me, was very concerned about the proximity of the house to their property. And they were concerned that the previous iteration had a two-story section at that end. So that would be at the upper end of the design as you see it there. Do you have the front elevation? Yeah, there you go. That's the one we want. All right. So the section on the right-hand side, as you look at this, is only 20 feet tall. from the top of foundation. And that's going to be important because we have a sloping lot, so that from the grade plane, it's taller. But the actual structure, from top of foundation to the ridge, at that end is only 20 feet. The ridge for the main section is 25 feet, 2 inches,
2510.
2510, excuse me. And then the ridge on the left-hand side is 25 feet from the top of foundation. And so I'm going to ask Bernadette to run through the design, and then we'll go through the criteria.
Hi. So the Grimm probes came to me with their concerns from the neighbors and what was previously not felt to be appropriate for the site, and that the neighbor was complaining. So we took the section that faces the neighbor and reduced it from 28 feet tall to 20 feet tall for a length of 26 feet. And that's the left elevation. So the second one down on the left, that's what faces the neighbor for 26 feet, where previously it was a full 2-story gambrel looking down at his cottage. So we tried to accommodate exactly what he asked for. The previous design that was undesirable had 5 bedrooms, 2 bunk rooms, a den, and an office, and 7 bathrooms. We have reduced it by 1,000 square feet, and we are 5 bedrooms and 5 bathrooms. And there's 5 bedrooms there now. I don't know how many bathrooms. So we've cut 4 rooms out of the house. The upstairs, that, again, they felt that it was too big, was $2,350 for the second floor. Our second floor is $1,440. So we've cut the second floor by 910 square feet. And we are only 87 square feet larger in site coverage than what's there now. So, it's a traditional design. We went from a gambrel, which was not desirable by some members, to more of a cape with a dormer. While we still had to add some dormers, in the back, I added some gable dormers to the back, which faces the road. And when I drove down, there's another house that has 2 gables facing the Stage Harbor side that faces the water, and that's where the view is. So we've gone out of our way and really tried to listen to what the neighbor said and listen to what the board said, even though I wasn't a part of that at the last meeting. I don't know if any of you were, but while still giving them the room that they need. They have a large family and they want to relocate here full-time, and they're 87 square feet larger than what's there now on the first floor. So.
Thank you, Bernadette. So adequacy of the size of the site, in terms of the size of the proposed use. So in this section, because of the wetlands on the property, we're limited to 2,800 square feet of coverage, and we're proposing 2,540 square feet, which is an increase of 61 square feet over the existing building, and 336 square feet less than the earlier proposal. The total area of our lot is over 19,000 square feet. The building meets all setbacks and height requirements, and we are doubling the distance from the floodplain from 20 feet to 40 feet. Now, the previous design had 4,775 square feet on the first and second floor. This proposal has 3,724 square feet, a 1,000 square foot reduction. And a major part of that is in the second floor, where the square footage is only 1,400 square feet. The extent of the proposed increase in non-conforming use, because we are increasing the living area over the existing structure. That's an increase in the nonconformity. Otherwise, we meet or exceed the previous setbacks. Suitability of the site, including but not limited to impact on neighboring properties or on the natural environment, including slopes, vegetation, wetlands, groundwater, and water bodies. So the previous design had gone to the Conservation Commission, and that entered an order that was designed to make sure there's no runoff or sedimentation. But of course, the actual wetlands are divided from the property by Stage Harbor Road. Apparently, we're a little past the date on that one, although I thought we had enough waivers because of the changes. There was a delay because of the COVID. I thought it gave us enough time, but apparently we'll have to go back to them with a new plan to show them our reduced footprint. But we think that the site is suitable, as we did last time. Impact of scale, siting, and mass on neighborhood visual character, including views, vistas, and streetscapes. This is a more traditional design, and we've removed the gambrel portions, and we've significantly reduced the second floor. The building, in addition to being screened by mature vegetation from the street, is also 59 feet back from the street line. The applicant believes that the scale, siting, and mass of the proposed building will not have a negative impact on the visual character of the neighborhood, including views and vistas. That's principally because there's a lot of vegetation on this property, if you recall from your visit there. There's vegetation that shields this property from the house above it, which is 125, and there's a lot of vegetation, very mature vegetation, that shields the house from the street as well. So we think that this design, with this reduction, particularly reduction in the size of the second floor, is suitable, and certainly is not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than the existing structure. So 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10.
Very good. All right. Is anybody here on Microsoft Teams willing to speak in favor today? No. Seeing none. I will read the correspondences. There are a bunch. Let's see. Christina Bassett on November 18th, 2025, the CHC found the home historically significant and imposed a 12-month demolition delay. The commission hopes that the owner will reconsider fully demolishing the structure and saves most of the historic structure, maybe incorporating new additions. Judith Giorgio, our health agent, has no concerns about the proposal. The project is on town sewer and is approved for 5 bedrooms. That was on November 18th, 2025. The Conservation Commission writes on October 31, 2025. Looks like you have to go back, basically, with your new plan.
With a new plan.
Like you said. So you'll need to submit a request to amend the order of conditions for the changes. Then we have a memorandum from Edward Warren and David Preston, the Carriage House condominiums, received on November 18th, 2025. This is the one that I do have to read, this one right here, right? Yeah.
Yes.
It's a little bit too long, so I'm going to summarize some of it, because as we've said before, we have a one-page, 11-font limit, but I can easily summarize it because of the way they laid it out. Their perspective is that 127's design is a classic Cape Cod style and an improvement over the earlier format from 2022. What was achieved through the redesign is a building with familiar Cape Cod features on the land side that adds a few key style updates on the water side, provide more contemporary flourish appropriate for this waterfront location. The gable roof design instead of the gambrel helps make the home more compatible with nearby homes on Stage Harbor Road. That was not, however, the point of view and opinion of the Historical Commission on October 7th. Their desire was to see the existing 1905 small cape rebuilt and restored. Genuine, that was they say that opinion was genuine and unanimous. But it'll be a challenge for the architect to design something that surrounds the old cape, works for a modern family, and doesn't look like hodgepodge. Small, close-knit location. The closeness of 4 homes, 117, 115, 125, and 127, in this mini neighborhood on Stage Harbor Road will always mean traffic flow, pedestrian safety, and proximity of buildings to each other. That'll always be a concern. The September 2025 version appears to have made some improvements. A more detailed review and examination to be certain is required. Users of 127 enter from the south side entrance by the mailbox on Stage Harbor Road and leave over 115, 117 on the north. That heavy used passageway is employed by residents and guests of 4 homes, and it's many vehicles, especially mid-season. So the final design plans for cars parking need to take this into account, so cars don't park or bunch up right where 127's vehicle join the right-of-way at the juncture. And the apron edge of the long driveway for 127 entering the south should be widened just a bit. The landscape of large trees, shrubs, are important features. 3 large trees, especially the giant linden tree by the northeast corner, need to be trimmed and handled. Roof height, the one area where the September 2025 redesign has its weakest feature, is the overall height. The proposed main gable roof is 29 feet high, while the south side wing over the sunroom appears to be 28, and the north side gable over the master bedroom suite appears to be 26. These roof heights measurements are substantially higher than the existing dwelling. They could be lowered without doing harm to overall design. We recommend roof heights for each section be reduced 10 to 15%. In summary, on balance, we offer a qualified endorsement to the plans to demolish and build a new home, pending discussion and clarifications on the November 2025 ZBA meeting. The proposed design plans in September are an improvement, but there are many loose ends that have to be discussed and clarified. Next, Gerald and Ned Williams from 125 Stage Harbor Road. All right, we are as direct abutters to 127. We write to share our thoughts on the proposed raise and rebuild before the board. Our neighborhood is known for its distinctive Chatham character. While we understand a homeowner's desire to update and replace an aging structure, we are concerned the height, style, and location of the proposed new home would adversely impact our property and the neighborhood as a whole. Its proposed location and height would directly affect our privacy, natural light, and views. We purchased our home because of the neighborhood's character, its views to Oyster Pond, and the privacy that has long existed between our property and neighboring homes. The proposed raise and rebuild would significantly alter that experience. Preserving the neighborhood's character does not mean preventing change. It simply means ensuring that new construction respects the neighbors and reflects the scale and style that make the area unique. We respectfully ask the board to consider whether adjustments to the project's height or massing could help it better complement the traditional Chatham context that surrounds it. And again, that was from Ned and Gerald Williams. Okay. Senni and Associates. Now, this is rather long. I'm just going to look out into the audience. Is there any? Yes. You have a choice. I read your letter or you talk.
I can talk.
Very good. I think that might conclude? That was it? Yep, very good.
Yes.
All right. Yep, good. All right. Is there anybody here on Microsoft Teams that has a question or wants to speak against? Yes, please.
Good afternoon, members of the board. For the record, my name is Jack Herndon. I'm an attorney with Senni and Associates in Brewster, and I'm here this afternoon on behalf of Gerald and Ned Williams of 125 Stage Harbor Road, who are direct abutters to the proposed project. There are really three concerns that the Williams family has at this time: the neighborhood character, impact on views and vistas from their property, and the loss of privacy that would result from approving this project. To begin with the character, Williams family bought their house just a few years ago, during the pandemic, and in part because of the character and of the neighborhood and the uniqueness of the 125 Stage Harbor lot that they purchased. And while the Williams family appreciates the applicant's need to renovate, a change of this magnitude to such a historic home should be done so with care. And they believe that as of now, that burden has not been met by the applicant. Just speaking to the views, the Williams family has a view of the water just across Stage Harbor Road. It's important to them. It's a part of their everyday lives, especially when they have family there in the summertime. And it's valuable to the property as well. It's one of the main reasons that they bought it. And while the applicant has stated that the height is only going up 7 feet or so, I really want you to look at the south side of the dwelling where the sunroom is, because this is the part of the dwelling that is most in view for the Williams family right now when they look across Stage Harbor, and it doesn't really have much of an impact on them because it's so low and there's a pretty good amount of vegetation there. If we are able to pull up the site plan, I think that would be helpful. I also did include a picture, I don't know if members of the board have it at this time, from the backyard of the Williams household.
Don't forget you have a time limit.
Yes, yeah. So, I think shifting, there you go. So where the sunroom is now would go up substantially, and then the entire project would shift over 11 feet closer in the southern direction. So it's going further into where the view is that the Williams family has. Privacy, I think there are concerns about going up in height and then looking directly into the yard of the Williams. It's an awkward kind of fit with where the Williams house is and where this would be going up in height. So I just want the board to consider that as well. And also going on with privacy, it's unclear whether vegetation would have to be removed for the renovation. I was hoping that you can speak to that today, because going up in height and then potentially removing some vegetation would have an impact as well. And to date, I haven't really seen any mitigation plan from the applicant as far as new vegetation. I think it would also be helpful for the Williams family to see a little bit more work in terms of maybe a height study, potentially getting a balloon that goes up 29 feet where the sunroom currently is, and then for the entire length of the area that would really be impacting them. So those are the things that the Williams family would like to see at this time. As I said before, we feel that this would be detrimental to the neighborhood and specifically the views and vistas and vegetation sections of the criteria. So thank you.
And thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak against or has a question? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman. Bill Litchfield here on behalf of Ed Warren at 115 and David Preston. You did read their letter or summarized it, and we appreciate that. As they indicated, this is an improvement over what was proposed 2 years ago, but there are still some concerns. Their comments, and I know you, the board members, read the full documents, made some suggestions, which I think indicated their willingness to work with the applicants, but that hasn't happened. I sent council on October 29th a list of requests and matters to discuss. I had absolutely no response. My friend Bernadette said that they took the neighbors' comments into consideration, except there was no discussion with the neighbors. She also said that there was a reduction, that things were cut. If I come to you right now and I've got a 1,000 square foot house, and I was here 2 years ago with an 8,000 square foot house that you thought was too much, and I come back to you with a 2,000 square foot house, I could blithely tell you I'm reducing it by 75%. I'm not. I'm doubling it from 1,000, because that's what's there now, to 2,000. So to talk about what's been cut is sort of irrelevant. So we reiterate the concern about the adequacy of the size of the house. Yes, it's below the maximum, but it's going up 7.5 feet, with a very significant increase in gross floor area from 2,300 square feet to 6,100 square feet. The number that's on the first page of the application is simply erroneous. I trust that Sarah corrected it, but that's not the gross floor area. The gross floor area is 6,094 square feet by my math. The impact on streetscapes should be reviewed more thoroughly, and part of that relates to another mandatory consideration, the effect on the natural environment, which the 3 large trees, particularly the linden tree, are a critical part. There are, as Mr. Warren and Mr. Preston have said, many unanswered questions and details to be resolved. We have concerns about adequacy. We have concerns about compatibility of size. A couple of doors down, we got a 50,000 square foot lot with living area of 2,800 square feet. Here we have a lot, a third of that size, which is going up to 3,729 square feet of living area. The concern about the large trees, particularly the massive linden, should be addressed. The increase in height will have an impact on the streetscape. The bylaw says that one of its purposes is preservation of architectural and historical assets of the community for current and future inhabitants. The effect on the streetscape, even if the trees and the arbor are retained, will be significant. As the board may recall, a couple of years ago when this property was before you, some of you pointed out that we, as a board, don't make too many mistakes, but just around the corner, at the corner of Pond Street and Stage Harbor Road, there's a mistake. I don't think you want to make, I know you don't want another mistake in this neighborhood. The detrimental effect of the neighborhood is not determined by the opinions of the neighbors, yet you have a group of neighbors who have concerns about this property, none of which have been addressed with the neighbors. You ultimately make the decision, but detrimental effect of the neighborhood can be found. Given that the Historical Commission has imposed a delay of 1 year, nothing can happen for a year. And I would respectfully suggest to you that you urge the applicant to continue this matter for 2 or 3 months and actually sit down and discuss with the neighbors the legitimate concerns that the neighbors have. My clients appreciate that this is a better design than that which was proposed 2 years ago. But that doesn't mean that there has been the adequate communication, the adequate discussion, the adequate concern for the several criteria in the bylaw, which are mandatory. So while we appreciate the fact that this is not the plan that was before you 2 years ago, nothing has been cut. Everything is being increased. It may well ultimately be satisfactory, but there are a lot of concerns in this very tight neighborhood which ought to be addressed before the special permit is granted, and I thank you.
And thank you. Let's just make sure, yes, does anybody else want to speak against or have a question? Yes, sir?
For the record, Brian Phillips, 374 Orleans Road. I guess my first issue doesn't meet the flood zone setbacks. You guys know where I stand there. It's historic, and because it's historic, it already is over the building coverage requirements. And I just don't think you should be able to tear down an historic building and then build a new house that is over the lot coverage. Does that make sense?
Sure.
All right, thanks.
Anybody else want to speak against or has a specific question, either here or on Microsoft Teams? No, Mr. Riley, please.
Well, you know, of course, it would be the rare applicant before you that wasn't proposing an increase in these older buildings. You know, Mr. Litchfield's clients, may feel that there shouldn't be any increase, but we know that virtually every single applicant that's been here, particularly those that are here today, every single one of them wanted an increase in the living area. And so the real question for you, I think, is not whether these folks are offended because we didn't return their call. We know where they stand, and our design protects their concerns. So with regard to the Williams, can you put up the picture again? Without even dealing with the McKenna decision. When you look at the substantial mature growth, none of which is being removed, the only view that the Williams have is to the left. And we're not impinging on that in any way at all. Another thing is, everybody keeps talking about it's 29 feet. Well, it's not 29 feet. It's 29 feet from the average grade plane. But the height from the top of foundation is 25 feet, 10 inches. And on the side of Mr. Litchfield's clients, it's 20 feet. And there are no windows on that side facing Mr. Litchfield's clients. So when Bernadette said, we took into consideration what the neighbors said, that design on that side of the house was solely to relieve the concerns that Mr. Warren had regarding that side of the house. So we were paying attention to that. And the concern about removing vegetation, we're not going to remove any vegetation. It's all there, it's all mature. If we ran into a problem on the construction side, but we love the giant linden tree in the northeast corner. And we're going to do everything we can to make sure that nothing happens to it, as we are with all the other mature vegetation on the property. So I think the fact that there's been a substantial reduction since the previous iteration here, and for Mr. Litchfield to bring up the house in the corner of Pond Street and Stage Harbor Road, I think is classic irony. We removed the gambrel design, reduced the second floor of the building by over 1,000 square feet. So it's only 1,400 square feet on the second floor. This is really a very modest house. 25 feet, 10 inches from the top of foundation. So it's not 29 feet tall, it's 25 feet tall, or 25 feet, 10 inches. So, and on the side facing Mr. Warren, it's 20 feet tall. So, because we're not removing any of the vegetation, we're not changing anybody's view or vista. They're all going to remain the same. And so I think in the red herring of the historic aspect of this building currently is like an abortion. They added here, they added there. There's very little of the original structure still visible. The south end is pretty much what the original building was. But everything north of that has been modified. The roof line is different. There's a, sort of a hodgepodge design, adding a second floor with additional bedrooms. But there's no coherent flow on that, on the design of that, because of the way it was added on. So what Bernadette has done is she brought in a modest, traditional New England design that takes care of the concerns or deals with the concerns of Mr. Litchfield's client, and we don't do anything that interferes with the views and vistas of Mr. Herndon's clients. So I think that whether you compare it to the original design, original proposal or not, this is a reasonable design that's traditional, faces a street that has many traditional homes on it, and there's nothing out of the ordinary or nothing distracting about this design. We believe that it's not substantially more detrimental, and we hope you'll support it.
Okay, so we already did comments, I already read letters. So questions from the board. Mr. Nixon, do you have any questions?
Yeah, so I think you said, Mr. Riley, the purpose of expanding the house from what it is now is to make a home that might be used permanently or more of a permanent basis, and they had a very large family. What do you mean by a very large family?
Children and grandchildren. How many grandchildren?
2 at the moment.
So they have a lot of grandchildren. So they like to come up, surprisingly, and visit Chatham and use the use the waterways, use the beaches. Someday they'll be going to the Squire. So, but that is why we met, because, it's just, Susie and Tony, empty nesters. But not surprisingly, their children and grandchildren love to come visit in Chatham, and that's why they need, and they did reduce this. I don't know if you remember, they had bunk rooms before for the grandchildren, the earlier design, and we got rid of all those. So it's just 5 bedrooms?
5 bedrooms.
5 bedrooms.
Which it is now.
Yeah, which it's got, theoretically has now, so.
So they've got 6 children and 12 grandchildren, is that correct?
I don't know, how many children?
Somebody must know the answer.
There you go.
Okay, you have to go to the microphone if you want to do that. He's asking you, so please do that. Wait till you get there. We can wait. It's not a hot-lung machine.
No, okay. I'm Susie, a part of the Probst Grimm owners of this property. We have 2 children. We're all from Pennsylvania. They have both moved to Connecticut. They both live a couple hours from here. They're both married. We have 2 grandchildren, another one coming. Because they're living in Connecticut, they married people from Connecticut. Those people from Connecticut have family. So when we get together, 4th of July, Thanksgiving, Memorial Day, Labor Day, it's just a huge crowd, okay? So that's what they mean when they say huge family. We are empty nesters, of course, but we've got this growing family of grandchildren, and then their in-laws, their grandparents. So we could easily end up with 10 or 12 people.
So if I said you'd expect 12 to 15 people, one weekend here and another weekend here, is that realistic?
Holidays probably, and weekends, yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Thank you. So you seem reluctant, Mr. Riley, to arrange a meeting with your clients and the various neighbors because you know what they're thinking and you've heard them before and all that. I don't get the impression that you really want to kind of make a deal or sit down and that you want your way. And you are answering their concerns the way you want to, not necessarily the way they want to, but the way you want to. So to me, this doesn't lead to a great outcome. It really doesn't. But that's what you're saying to us. And I accept that. That's fine. I mean,
Well, this is our property. And as long as we design it in a manner that's not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood, I believe that we can expect a positive vote. And the reductions that we've made, we think are very substantial. And candidly, we're not prepared to reduce them further. The concerns of Mr. Herndon's clients, I mean, they can't even see the water or Stage Harbor Road because of the mature vegetation that's there. So, I mean, and they, and again, the building's only 25 feet, 10 inches tall. So they're above us, they look over us, they have a clear view. So, and with all due respect to Mr. Litchfield's clients, although the tone of voice I didn't think was particularly appropriate, we paid specific attention to Mr. Warren's concerns, which he made very, very clear the last time we were before you. And I think that Bernadette's design deals directly with those concerns.
no, you've said that. Thank you for answering my questions.
Okay, questions, Mr. Beach? Just questions right now.
Yep, sure. Bernadette, what are the ceiling heights, first and second floor, do you?
9-foot first floor and 8-foot second floor.
Okay. And
we can reduce that if that makes, if that's gonna make.
yeah, no, I mean, I understand these days that's relatively standard, or what people, at least where they begin seeking, or I would expect, perhaps. But I just wanted to ask, because there are concerns about, or concerns have been expressed about height. Bill, just to clarify, you said, I think you were saying 25 feet, 10 inches from top of foundation. I'm doing the math, I get 26 feet, 6 inches. Is Bernadette, is that correct?
Bernadette is the one who told me it was.
I measured it. I measured it on my computer more than once. And it was
Well, I just looked at the site plan and subtracted the given elevations for the ridge and. Jay, thanks, yeah.
Mr. Riley likes to measure building height from the top of the foundation, but the bylaw measures it from grade plane unless you're in a floodplain. So
Yeah.
It's called out on the site plan as 28 and a half feet tall.
From the
Building
grade
height.
plane, right. So I was trying to get, because the plan shows top of foundation at 16.75, and the ridge at 40, I put my glasses on now, and a ridge at 43.25. So unless this is, my math machine is wrong, it's not a big deal. I'm not trying to make a deal out of that. I'm just trying to say, sometimes, Bill, your numbers are a little squishy, so.
Yeah, I rely upon the architect for the numbers. And to Mr. Briggs, I mentioned several times that the height is measured from the grade plane.
Okay. Bernadette, another thing, I'm curious, the areaway access to the basement on both ends of the basement is, I don't know, I think it's a little unusual. I'm sure there's a reason for that.
I think that they had that on the previous design, and they wanted to be able to carry things down to the basement, furniture, whatever, without going through a bulkhead. They wanted to just have an areaway with a door at the bottom and a drain, but.
Yeah, understandable.
That was part of the previous design that they desired.
Yeah.
I really kept a lot of the floor plan
Yeah.
features on the first floor. I just shrunk everything as much as I could, and I took off all that height on the second floor that was offensive
Yeah,
and shrunk it as much as I possibly could.
okay, yeah, sure. And Bill, from the last time, especially in this time too, I'm trying to determine, because I look at that linden tree and it's a beautiful tree, and it's not shown on the site plan, so I can't really tell. But it looks to me, and tell me if I'm wrong, that the proposal for the new proposed, it gets somewhat further away from that tree.
That's correct.
Can you tell me about how much that is?
The existing building is 16.6 feet, and our building is 20 feet
Okay,
from the
so
property line.
3 to 4, between 3 and 4 feet further away
Right.
from the linden tree. And just as yeah, okay, I think I figured, I had a little trouble reading the plan. I had to get my colored pencils out to try to, because I was trying to look at the proposal versus what's there. So that's where I had a little trouble trying to pick the outline of the existing.
Well, it's tough to see
But I got it, I think.
It's a dotted line. or
Yeah,
dashed
I,
line
I
inside.
did finally work that out. But there's another dotted line, which I did finally worked out. It shows the existing patio. And that's where I got a little confused. But I finally got the point and understood it. So one of those area ways is within that existing patio. And as long as it's far enough away from the tree that it's not likely to provide damage to, or extensive damage to the root structure, then I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, well, it's our intention to retain trees and to protect them.
And because you've also dropped that from the previous proposal, you've made that wing lower, which is probably better for that tree as well, correct? Okay.
Although we were thinking more about the neighbor than the tree, but when we did that.
I think we could think about the trees too, it'd be helpful. So, all right, I don't have any other questions, Randy.
Okay, very good. Ginny, do you have any questions?
So, actually, let me start with the point you just made. We're thinking more about the tree, you said we're thinking more about the neighbor than the tree, the northern neighbor. How about the southern neighbor? We've heard a lot about the southern neighbor. Oh, no, that's not really it's more of a comment than a question, but.
Well, but we're not interfering with their view at all.
Well, I think that's your opinion. I will get to that in
You
deliberations.
want to look at the
but-
picture again? Put the picture back up, please. Not to mention the McKenna case.
You did mention it twice.
Oh, that's right, I did, yeah, that's right.
No,
That's
I remember-
Kenner,
I
not
remember that.
McKenna.
McKenna, not McKenna.
And
It's true.
I know the attorney mentioned it's coming farther south, the building, and the height. I think it's, one of my questions was why it's the sunroom, right, that's on the southern side? So does it need to be that high? Can it be lower, the sunroom?
The sunroom originally had a roof deck above it, and Susie wanted an extra bathroom, and that was the only place to put it.
So is it 2 stories?
It's 2 stories. It's a story and a half, basically. The front part is all attic. I mean, if you look on the right-hand side, it's just a little tiny bathroom up there. It originally,
Wait, I'm talking about the left-hand side.
the left-hand side, no, the right one is the sunroom. Well, on the top, on the top, it's on the left.
Okay.
But on the one down, it's right there. That's the sunroom with a bathroom above it,
Okay.
which originally was a flat roof with a roof deck, or a flat roof originally. And then they wanted another bathroom, and that was the only place to put it.
So that's why that side of the house, the southern end, is taller than the opposite end, the northern
Right.
end. Okay. questions. The height comparison, Mr. Riley, you keep saying it's 25 feet, Mr. Briggs, that's not how we calculate height. So from a comparison point of view, what is the current height of the house? The height of the current house vis-à-vis what the numbers are for the,
The current height is 21, and it's going to 28.4
okay. So it is increasing 7.5 feet in height.
from the average pre-existing grade, or the grade plane, the grade plane.
Okay, so I wanted to confirm that, 7.5 feet. Number two,
That's not, that's relative to the neighbor behind us. It's not that many feet. That's based on the average grade plane.
well,
That's the
We're not
portion.
going to argue about it, we're just having
right,
questions and
so-
answers.
So my second question was the sunroom, you answered that. My third question is no chimney on this proposal for,
They have a gas fireplace.
okay, the center part of the house is the part that Historic really wanted to save, right? And presumably, maybe that chimney was part
You
of
could
it?
put a fake chimney up there.
Okay.
Good answer.
Number 5, is the arbor, it looked like on the site plan, which I agree with Dave Beach, was very difficult to read. The arbor is TBR, to be removed?
That's what it says.
You cannot talk from the audience, not happening. If they want you to, to answer our panel's questions, you come up.
It's a long white fence along the road.
Your name, if you would?
Oh, Tony Grimm,
Okay, welcome.
glad to be here. Been a resident for over 50 years. I know
Okay,
that
just-
doesn't make
We're
any
going to do
difference.
questions and answers. You're on the answer part.
Long white fence with a big white arbor.
Right.
It's been there a long time. We plan on keeping that. As far as the trees go, we're not planning on cutting anything down. You know, anything could happen, but we're not going to do that. We're conservation people.
Yep,
I
all
was
right, we're going to wait for the next question, if you
Okay,
would.
so,
Okay, so the answer to the question is, no, the arbor's not gonna be
okay,
removed.
so it's not correct on the site plan where it says TBR?
Well, I don't know what TBR stands for,
To
so
be removed?
that's one thing it could stand for.
Okay, well, let me know what it stands for. Number 7 was,
Doesn't have to.
the trees. So, thank you for confirming no trees are planned to come down. Not just the large linden tree, there's some really beautiful trees on the property.
Right.
So, and I keep hearing you say that we'll do the best we can for that large tree, but would you be willing to, like, I don't know what's required to make sure that the proper steps are taken, like an arborist come in to make sure that you're not encroaching with a digger any closer than X feet, like all of that you would do?
We'd be happy to have a condition that prior to excavation, we retain the services of an arborist to advise us,
Yeah.
How to work
All
around.
right, well, if we get there, we'll figure
Right,
that out.
that's-
I spent a lot of time with Blue Flags and with
We're
conservation.
we're not able to do this. This is questions and answers.
Okay, well, I'm going to answer your question. The conservation's already said that tree can't be touched. They've already talked about the things we'd have to do, and that is in their plan, their original plan, which was passed by conservation for how they were going to do the plantings around the house. Nothing's to be changed that doesn't have to. They're all into the natural
Okay,
native.
understood. That's
So we
probably the
have-
least of your
we
problems.
would not dream of getting rid of that linden.
Okay, we
Okay,
wouldn't,
thank you.
okay. Anything else, Jenny? Any questions? No? Steve, questions?
Just one real quick question. What is the effective date of the demolition delay?
I think it's next November, you know?
October,
October, next October?
yeah.
Okay, because it's recent, sure.
All right, so nothing can be done before then anyway?
Nope, nope,
Okay, thank you.
yep. Okay, Paul, did you have any questions?
I have one question. Bill, and I look at your, the last page on your submission today in terms of gross floor area, under the 127 Stage Harbor Road. I don't quite understand the figures there, that you've got gross floor area of 2358, and then below that it says total equals 6,170.
Well, that's, yeah, so that's proposed. That includes the basement. You know, the next two numbers are first and second floor only.
Okay, so the
You wanna put-
difference between the 6170 and the total of 2365 and 1440 is the basement?
Yes.
And
And
how
they, we
big is
just wanted
that?
to emphasize, the reason we broke it up like that is we wanted to emphasize how small the second floor was.
Okay, so overall, your gross floor area is 6170, and that's what we should be comparing to the other ones that you've listed there?
Well, that's the way the board works. I've never felt that including the basement made any sense, but
I understand.
Your
I'm just trying to
rules.
get a feel for how it fits in with the rest of the properties there. Okay, I don't have any other questions.
I don't think we got a plan for the basement.
There's a plan.
there's a plan.
Was submitted.
Yeah. There's nothing in there, but there's,
What, okay,
where's the,
just the foundation?
Yeah,
Okay,
Nothing
okay.
in the basement.
No, I understand. Okay. All right. So I just want to say that when you talk about the Kenner case, just for the benefit of the public, you're essentially saying that case law is that if it's only one person's view that is being, that it's the project is detrimental to their one person's view, that legally wouldn't count. Is that what you're trying to say when you say the Kenner case, the Kenner case, Kenner case?
well, that's what the Kenner case said.
It does, it does.
How you deal with concerns raised by neighbors, that's up to you.
Right, but no, I think it's a great point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to, when people hear the name Kenner, you were calling it maybe.
McKenna, I know.
Yeah, but it's Kenner.
Kenner.
And that's a really important case. It was right here in Chatham, and it's true that if people have problems with their view, they need to talk to their neighbors and see if anyone else does too.
There's also the SJC.
Yeah, of course, of course. Okay, so that being said, Paul?
I'll move to close the hearing and move into deliberations.
I second that and vote yes.
All vote yes?
I vote yes.
Ginny votes yes.
As do I. All right, let's do deliberations. Who wants to go first? Anybody want to go first? No, nobody. Go ahead, you might as well.
I can go first, and then people disagree with me.
Yeah, go ahead, we'll just do it that way. Yeah, you'll give us something to,
Oh, so, yeah.
give us something to.
Give you something to go, yeah. This is a tough one. It really is. I think, but on balance, what I would say is that this, so we have to look at it, we're charged with looking at what's there and what's being proposed. So that's what makes it somewhat more difficult. There's no question that this is a vast improvement visually over and massing wise than what we saw the last time. It's making a much different architectural statement, both up the hill to the neighbors and down the hill towards the oyster pond. That statement, if you will, I think I can look not far away from down on Stage Harbor Road up the hill and see a house that's not dissimilar to this. It's not maybe as long, but the main body of the house has a porch and it looks out over the oyster pond and there's an open view up to it. A couple of gables on it. I think somebody mentioned that possibly in the thing. So and given that the trees and the vegetation is going to stay primarily, or what they can save, I'm sure, and they sound very much committed to that. I think that would find that this is not, what they're proposing is not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood. Granted that the Historical Commission has made their feelings known and let us know. But I don't think that, I mean, looking at property owners' rights and the house that's there and all, and I mean, maybe they'll change their mind over the course of the year and decide to use some part of that house or not, but they do need to, and they seek to enlarge it, and I don't blame them for that. The only other, so I think I could support it. And I just want to say one other thing that in my thoughts about looking at this design is that were it mine, I would think about some ways, given the sort of long west-facing wall and a north-south orientation in the house, I might think about maybe changing some of those full-view doors to you're west-facing, you get a lot of sunlight that comes in for long parts of the day, and just something to think about and all that. But that's an aside. Thanks.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Dave. Let's see, Paul?
Well, I think that the applicant has looked at the comments that were made, and Bernadette has really looked at the comments that were made in the prior hearing and what the objections were, and has designed something which is really substantially answering all of the questions that they raised at that time. Is it a little higher than perhaps it has to be? It could be, but given the 9-foot ceilings and so forth, and we've seen some ceilings come down from that level. But overall, it seems to me they've answered the questions that were raised at the prior hearing, and it's a substantially better design. Whether that's sufficient to overcome what is there now, I think probably it is. I think I agree with Dave that I would not say it's substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood. When you're talking about views, which we have been, and you look at that photograph, and you realize that the buildings are not moving into that view at all, the photograph that's been taken. And when you consider the Kenner case and the instructions, which basically say it's not your individual view, it's the neighborhood view, it seems to me that you're in an area where it's not substantially detrimental to the neighborhood.
And let's see, Ginny?
So I wasn't on the board when this went to historic came to this board a few years ago. But I watched that hearing and I watched the historic hearing recently. And Frank Messina said that street is one of the most historic streets in town. So when we're talking about neighbors, we aren't just talking about we are talking about the ones around them, but in my view, we're talking more broadly. This property, 1905, it's an iconic streetscape. It is a stone's throw from Main Street. It's at the mouth of the Oyster Pond with the Oyster River beyond. And that's the broader neighborhood, in my opinion. So I think that is very important. Why is that important? Because I don't think this house is appropriate for that neighborhood. So I'm struggling with criteria 5. I think it is too much mass in that neighborhood because of the visual character, including the views, of which there's streetscape and seascape. And so I am struggling with the mass. I think that the lot is 15,000 square feet, and it's a large house. The current house, I agree with you, Mr. Riley, it's not that it's footprint-wise that much bigger, although it is bigger, but it's going up in scale drastically, and I appreciate that. It sounds like they either spoke to or agreed to, maybe didn't speak to, but Mr. Litchfield's client, the neighbors on the north, because they did lower the height in responsiveness to previous neighbor feedback. And I would like to see the same thing done for the neighbor on the south. If it's approved and that design stays, I would really like to see that. Number one, I think it's a generous thing to do to the neighbor, but number two, I don't like how it's taller than the other side. There's a very symmetrical look to this house in the center with the full cape with the large dormer across the top. And then it's sort of, I'm thrown off a little bit visually by the extended southern height. Okay, but I do think that this design, we are not a design board, we're a zoning board, I understand that. But I do think that maintaining keeping in mind the importance of the historic nature of this neighborhood, I do think that I was actually, I'm not going to say happy to hear this, but a little bit relieved to hear that the historic board wanted more time. The one-year delay, I agree with a comment that was made. Hopefully that will maybe give a little more time to absorb some of these additional comments, because I think it's a little bit unimaginative for that spot. I agree with you, Mr. Riley, that it would be wonderful to preserve that center part that is historic. But I understand that it may not be practical, but I think to try to listen to our historic commission board to say, then at least have the house potentially have aspects of that historic element. And also the fact that that house is nestled into that side of I don't see this prominent home really working in that location. Also, because I think the original home was an outbuilding to the large Georgian Federal and so this house doesn't complement that. It almost tries to compete with it, and I just find it to be, I would like to encourage the family to just take take the time that you have, the 1 year, and maybe make a few of these modifications that we're suggesting today.
All right, Lee?
Yeah, there's a lot here. I just want to acknowledge what a unique area this house is in, from the fact that it was once a part of, as Ginny said, the estate, and it's, a bunch of buildings, really attractive buildings that are closely knit neighborhood. And I think that makes it, just a really special spot. And I also want to come from it from a seascape perspective as well. I mean, looking from the oyster pond back towards town is one of the best views in Chatham, I think. And it's really special. So I think what goes there needs to be really special. And I was actually on the board. This was one of the first applications I looked at when I first came on to the zoning board. And so I do remember what was proposed, and I am pleased with this design. I know we're not supposed to compare those two, and I'm not, but I do appreciate the changes that have been made. I especially like the north wing, the master wing. I think that's really attractive. And I like how it's kind of subordinate to the main house. And I agree with Ginny, I'd kind of like to see something similar happen on the south wing, maybe as a nod to the old, historic home. Maybe have the roof deck back on there. I don't know. That's up to the owners. But I think bringing some aspects of the historical home to the new home would be really appreciated from the streetscape and the seascape. Even if it's as simple as putting a faux chimney on, and it really kind of looks like that old home. So I think that would do a lot. Anything else? I kind of would like to see a landscape plan, because even though I mean, the linden tree is the linden tree, but the other trees, some of them aren't like great. There's some that are, probably could be removed. I'd love to see a little bit of a landscape plan with what really might happen there. I guess that's all I have to say right now.
Okay, Mr. Nixon.
Well, the major thing that bothers me with a bigger home is that it's being pushed back towards the wall that's right behind it. And I noticed the other day, even at this time of the year, there's cars behind that wall elevated up. And if the lights are on, they would look right down into the new front door, which is facing back, you know. So my questions about the number of people who might be using this tell me that on a typical weekend, let's say there's 12 to 15 people, well, that's 6 to 8 cars. Where are you going to put 6 to 8 cars on that lot and be able to move them around? It's just impossible when you think about it. So, and don't tell me, oh, well, just go down and park at Children's Beach. That's okay. That isn't okay. To me, the house that your clients want to build does not fit into this space. It doesn't, because of traffic, streetscape, and everything else that everybody's been talking about. It's an improvement, but as Mr. Veach said, we're comparing it with what's there today, not what might have been or could have been or all that kind of stuff. And comparing it with what is there today, it's just too much. It's too much of a good thing, you might say. It's forcing, squeezing everything in, all these cars that could be there. I mean, you don't want that number of cars going over and driving up and down the right of way, because then the neighbors would be even more PO'd, you know? It just doesn't work.
So I don't have anything nice to say, but I will just say that the neighbor did talk about, quote, the snarl in traffic, the snarl in terms of the space that, you know, cars would have to jam into, and they were concerned about that. So I think that, again, goes back with dealing with your neighbors. And also, this probably would have been historical, this district, if the people on the street had agreed, and they probably didn't want to.
This property was never included.
It wasn't?
Proposed.
Oh, I thought maybe it was, but.
No, it wasn't.
All right, well, anyway, it's awfully close, awfully close. And even if it's not, I think that the people on the street didn't want to have that burden to have to go through all those hoops to be able to remove a house, but, or change things. But in any event, I think it's really delinquent not to honor the historical nature of the house that was there. The idea of a faux chimney should have been automatic. And dealing with your neighbors should have been automatic too, because then you would have probably figured out what to do about the snarl and traffic, and just more honor to this iconic street, and not to just put this box, you know, it looks like it was dropped from God knows where, right onto that spot. It doesn't fit there. It doesn't. And so I do think it's substantially more detrimental than what's there now. And I think that any comparison to the last application is not to be considered. To me, that's nails on a chalkboard, because it's not relevant. What's relevant is what's there now and what you want to do now, not anything in between, in my view. So, do you want us to vote, or do you want to withdraw? What would you like to do?
I'll request withdrawal.
Thank you. Paul?
I'll move to grant the requested withdrawal without prejudice.
I second that and vote yes.
Paul votes yes.
I vote yes.
Jenny votes yes.
As do I. That's unanimous, and we'll see that application again in the future.
One more.
We have one more application. It's 5:45, and this one Steve will be voting on, and Jenny will be recusing herself. And ready? Yeah.
Application number 25-099, Virginia Louise Fenwick, care of William G. Litchfield, Esquire, 330 Orleans Road, North Chatham, Mass. 02650.
People, shh.
Owner of property
You
located
could take the
at
conversations out into the hall like I had asked you at the beginning. That would be great. Go ahead.
61 Hillcrest Road, also shown on the Town of Chatham's Assessor's Map 15H, Block 50, Lot W2. The applicant proposes to change, alter, or expand a non-conforming dwelling on a non-conforming lot via the construction of additions. The existing dwelling is non-conforming in that it is located 21.1 feet from the northerly abutter and 15.4 feet from the easterly abutter. The proposed addition will be non-conforming in that it will be located 10 feet from the northerly abutter where a 25-foot setback is required. The existing building coverage is 1,598 square feet, 9.6%, and the proposed building coverage is 2,242 square feet, 13.5%, where 15% is the maximum allowed. The lot is non-conforming in that it contains 16,560 square feet, where 40,000 square feet is required in the R40 zoning district. A special permit is required under Mass General Law, Chapter 48, Section 6, and Section 5B of the Protective Bylaw.
Welcome.
Good evening, Madam Chairman. Bill Litchfield here on behalf of the applicant Virginia Fenwick. With me is Leslie Schneeberger, our architect. Leslie is certainly here and available to talk about the architectural plans. But I know that you've been out to the site. I know it is 5:45. Those of you who know me know that I ordinarily, when I see 5:45, it is 5:46 a.m., not p.m. So I rather suspect you don't want a lengthy presentation. The site plan is shown there. We have a lot on Hillcrest Road, which Ms. Fenwick has owned and lived in for 6 or 8 or 10 years. I forget exactly what I knew when I got here, but I've forgotten since. And with us is Matt Holden, who also lives there. We are proposing to put an addition on the rear. It is, however, critical to point out, and when you went out there, I'm sure you noticed this, the area is in the back of the house. It's 120 feet back from Hillcrest Road. And you said, what's this stuff about being so close to the lot line? You look at that grass-maintained area. That area, I don't know where, maybe Mr. Riley got mad and took it. No, here it is. This area here is not on the lot, but Ms. Fenwick has a land use agreement with the abutter. The abutter whose house is down here someplace over on Hillcrest Road. So while we don't own it, it is clearly not impinging on anyone's privacy or any of the other aspects that are covered by the zoning board, by our zoning bylaw. So if Leslie will forgive me, and if you would prefer, I will go straight into the criteria.
The relevant criteria.
Only the relevant criteria. We have an older neighborhood with lots of various sizes. Locus is unique in having a house sited far back from the road. That gives you a sense on the left of how far we are back from the road. And that is, on the right-hand side, is what you'll see when we're done. It's very similar to what's there right now. The site is certainly adequate for construction of an addition on the rear of a house built in 1952. We are compliant as to coverage, and again, we are adjacent to an area for which the owner has a use agreement with her abutter. It is plainly in a very innocuous location. As to compatibility of size, like most of the neighborhood, ours is non-conforming. We have comparable but a relatively small house at 9.6% of coverage, with neighboring properties up to almost 16%. We have a low gross floor area and a low living area. Some of the properties, adjacent properties, have gross floor area of almost 10,000 square feet. If you approve the special permit, you can do so based on a finding that the coverage increases by just 400 square feet to only 13.5%. It is still compatible and less than several in the neighborhood, and again, set far back from the road. and even further from the physical layout because there's a significant portion of Hillcrest which is not paved. As to the extent of increase in nonconformity, we have two. The rear side line changes, but again, in an isolated private location, far from abutters, and with a use agreement for the area on which we are, quote, encroaching, unquote. As to suitability of site, it's an older residential neighborhood, long suited for residential use since Louis Kent and Madeline Kent built this house in 1952. There are no environmental issues, and the site is plainly suitable for continued residential use. As to scale, sighting, mass, and vistas, Leslie has done her usual good job, but you can't see it from the street. So really her efforts, I won't say they're going to be lost because they are important to the homeowner, but we have the front facade is now an attractive salt box cape with wings off to the side. The scale is comparable, and if you approve the special permit, while it will be modestly larger, the scale remains appropriate with details to match the existing structure, and again, far from other houses. Unlike some on Hillcrest, there's really no mass involved. It's without impact on views and vistas, and there is significant neighborhood support. There is one letter non-supportive to which I trust the chair will allow me to respond. Finally, as to adequacy of water and sewer, we have Title V in our town water. We have an unusual situation. There are two comments from Judy Giorgio. The house has had 4 bedrooms since long before the applicant purchased it. 1 bedroom on the first floor will be eliminated via reconfiguration, and the septic tank, another comment that Judy made, will be moved as necessary. The Board of Health comment, the final comment, suggests that they're looking into it. And we know, as you know, that if you approve the special permit, we still need Board of Health approval. So that's something we will resolve separately. The other criteria are not at issue. What is at issue is whether this proposed addition set far from the street, compliant as to coverage in an area with an existing setback nonconformity, and especially because of the land use agreement we have with the abutter, whether that is substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood. The applicant, like others in the neighborhood, has lived through multiple construction projects and is sympathetic to the resulting disruption and noise. We anticipate that the so-called standard conditions will be imposed, and she will do all that she can to minimize impact. The proposed addition, like the existing house, is within the lot line setback, but again, it is in a neighborhood chock full of nonconformities, and moreover, we have that use agreement at the north end of the lot. It's the proposal which Leslie has developed is designed to be harmonious with both the existing house and neighboring properties. It's, again, far back from the street. It's about 500 feet from the northerly abutter, if you care about that. It's so far up there that you can't see it. So in light of the criteria, the plans, particularly in this location and at this hour, I think that you could find that the proposed change is not substantially more detrimental. I apologize to Leslie as well as to you for the length of time.
No, no worries, no worries. Is there anybody here on Microsoft Teams that wishes to speak in favor? Favor? Yes, sir, please.
All right, Brian Phillips, 370 Orleans Road. Come to a lot of these meetings. Virginia does a great job. Being on the ZBA is a very difficult thing to do. I think she's paid her dues to get anything she wants, skyscraper, whatever. So I support this project, even though I wish she said no a little bit more often. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else want to speak in favor of the actual project and what it encounters? No? Okay, very good. I will read the correspondences. And before, okay, so the first one's from Judith Giorgio, November 20th, 2025. As council noted, she is presently unclear as to the number of approved bedrooms, and they're trying to locate that information. They're attempting to also clarify the septic system. It was designed and installed for a 3 or a 4 bedroom. This will determine whether a bedroom can be located in the proposed foundation basement level of the property. Additionally, the proposed addition appears to encroach on the existing septic tank. The retaining wall is shown directly over the septic tank, which is not permitted. Next, we have a note from Louis and Monica Lupi. Before I read it, I'm just going to remind anybody listening that this is not a variance, despite what's in this letter. This is a special permit, very different set of criteria. So this Louis and Monica Lupi write on November 19th, today, no, actually yesterday, 2025, we are writing to express our strong opposition to the variance request for 61 Hillcrest. As nearby residents at 4 Hillcrest, we are deeply concerned about the precedent this approval would set and its impact on our neighborhood. A dangerous precedent for reduced setbacks. Granting a variance to reduce the northerly setback from 25 to 10 would establish a troubling precedent. This 60% reduction in the required setback would signal to other property owners on undersized lot that similar encroachments will be permitted, fundamentally altering the character and spacing of our neighborhood. Once this precedent is set, it becomes increasingly difficult to deny future requests, leading to a cascade of overdevelopment. Compounding nonconformity on an undersized lot. The subject property is already significantly non-conforming, containing 16,560 square feet, where 40,000 is required. Rather than addressing the existing nonconformity, the proposed addition would exacerbate it. The building coverage would increase 13.5%, approaching the 15% max. And it's a clear case of building structures that are too large for an inadequate lot size. Cumulative neighborhood impact. Our neighborhood has endured continuous construction for the past 5 years with constant sound, dust, particulates affecting the quality of our life. Approving further variances for undersized lots will only encourage more intensive development that our neighborhood infrastructure and lot patterns were never designed to accommodate. The proposed variance does not meet the criteria for approval. There is no demonstrated hardship unique to this property. The applicant is seeking to maximize development on a lot that is already too small at the expense of the neighborhood. And they ask us to preserve the integrity of the zoning bylaws. Next, we have a note from November. The address for that was 4, I believe.
4,
yeah. Sunday, November 2, 2025, we have a note from Lisa Spear McLean. My name is Lisa Spear McLean. I reside at 31 Hillcrest, just 2 houses away from Matt and Virginia at 61. I had the pleasure to meet with Matt and Virginia when they first moved into the neighborhood, and from our initial interaction, it was evident they are thoughtful and responsible homeowners, qualities that make them ideal neighbors. I distinctly remember them sharing their long-term intentions to renovate and restore their cottage salt box. As a longtime owner in Chatham and as a realtor, I recognize the market incentive to tear down the old and build new in this industry reality, so their desire to preserve a soon-to-be historic property shows their respect and restraint. When they purchased the house, it had been used primarily as a summer rental for years, and the home and yard required considerable attention. Matt and Virginia have done a tremendous amount of work to improve both the building and landscape. When they shared their project with me, I was impressed by the practical and studied design that beautifully complements the architectural aesthetic of Hillcrest Road. I look forward to seeing the end result. Then we have a note from Rich Buckley, Rich and Amy from 27 Hillcrest. My wife and I, they actually write on October 26, 2025. They've had the opportunity to meet with Matt and Virginia, who informed us of their renovation plans. We wanted to share support for their renovation. We've been impressed with their efforts and design to be respectful to the historic layout. We're confident that the outcome will be a further addition to the neighborhood that we live in. Catherine Clapperich from, let's see, October 21, 2025. She resides at 62 Hillcrest, directly across the street from Ginny and Matt. My husband Alex and I wholeheartedly support the project. After reviewing their plans, we believe the addition has been designed practically and will seamlessly enhance the aesthetic and character of our neighborhood. Since moving to 62 Hillcrest and renovating our property in 2020, we have come to know the owners of 61 Hillcrest, they are diligent stewards of their home, and we admire the meticulous care they take in maintaining their yard. We love how the long setbacks of their home from the street brings diversity to the neighborhood, which is already unique, a unique variety of architectural styles. It brings us great satisfaction to see Virginia and Matt's pride in contributing to the quiet charm of our road in North Chatham, and they encourage us to vote yes. Ellen Briggs, founder of Protect Our Past, writes on October 2, 2025, though the house on 61 Hillcrest, North Chatham, is about a year shy of being 75, its half-cape architecture lends a visual historic identity. Its tastefully periscoped additions on the right and left lends to its charm. The current owners are acutely sensitive to maintaining this property's Cape Cod visual identity. Consequently, their proposal before you for adding to this house northern rear side has been developed in order not to alter its current streetscape view. Though this plan does not meet the back setback, there is room for this section to be built in this location, which results in saving its frontal field of vision. From Protect Our Past, and thus my point of view, this proposed plan is ideal. It's appropriate to grant them your ZBA approval. Meredith Hetherington, 48 Hillcrest, writes on October 2, 2025, I reside at 48, which is located across the street. I am in full support of the renovation project to the property. Ginny and Matt are considerate neighbors and wonderful stewards of their property. They have enhanced their home and yard in the front and have shared their plans for a kitchen renovation and family room addition in the back. They have told me how they explored it, adding other practical options, such as going up an additional bedroom and adding one-car garage to the west. But they chose not to add those and instead selected a simplified plan, one that doesn't appear will even be visible from the street. I asked Ginny why they needed to come before this board, and she shared that the nonconformity in the back created when the house was built in 1952, so far back from the street. As a neighbor, I do appreciate the distance their house sits from the road. In fact, it's the only one like that in our neighborhood. I urge the board to evaluate and improve their plans for the following reasons. It's simple and practical for preserving the original home built in the 1950s and for requesting modesty over mass. Thank you. That concludes the correspondences. Is there anybody here or on Microsoft Teams that wishes to speak against this application or has a specific question? No. Questions from the board? Mr. Beach, do you have a question? Mr. Nixon? No? No.
Yes, I do.
Yes, please.
Yeah. Number one, Mr. Litchfield, would it be helpful if we conditioned this to mention that we believe it's a 4-bedroom home, or no?
We appreciate that suggestion, but I think perhaps I can communicate if that's the board's sentiment, but the Board of Health might
Okay, thank you. Secondly,
otherwise.
Leslie, you work like a dog on this, so please tell us, as a professional that you are, what were the problems you faced or the obstacles, and I don't mean the 2 occupants, but the other obstacles in designing this?
Well, this was a very tricky one. We did, as was noted by one of the neighbors, a lot of iterations and studied a lot of different things and wanted to be really mindful that it is not dwarfing the house and that instead it is below and in character. So thank you for recognizing it. It took a lot of time and clients who were interested in preserving the character of their home.
Great.
Paul? Lee? Steve? Questions? Questions? No?
No questions.
No questions? Oh, yeah, I don't
No
have any
questions.
questions either, I don't think. So, Paul?
All right, I'll move to close the hearing and move into deliberations.
I would second that and vote yes.
All vote yes?
I vote yes.
Steve votes yes.
As do I. All right, let's do deliberations. Steve?
Well, okay, this house has two slight disadvantages. The first one is how it's sited, where it sits on the lot. And because it's so far back, it doesn't lend itself to additions that, given the design of the house, would be most likely to be made. So, that's about the only place you can make an addition and have it be meaningful to the house. The second disadvantage, it's a slight disadvantage, is that the lot is about half the size of the other ones around it. So to use those same criteria that we might use on a lot that's twice as big and to apply them to this lot, I think is somewhat unfair because the lot is so much smaller. So I think this is a great project. I don't think it's going to harm anything. It's not going to be detrimental to anybody. The nearest neighbor who might even see this is several hundred feet away. I think it's great, and I encourage it to move forward.
Yeah, and Mr. Veach, if you were voting?
Yeah, if I were voting, I would agree with what Steve had to say, very much true. Nice job, Leslie, really nice. And this is a perfect example of a situation whereby one consideration of it might be, well, this is increasing the non-conforming nature of it. This is clearly a situation where that's not really the place I would put my emphasis. I don't see this as increasing something that's not good. This is a fit for this location, very much a fit for this location, given the configuration of the adjacent lot and where the lot line is and things. And I've sometimes in the past argued, if you will, that having that flexibility with respect to sideline setbacks and things is often a very good thing. And there are neighborhoods and things like mine where it's good to have that level of flexibility. So, and this is very much one of those instances. So certainly not substantially detrimental. It's really a vast improvement, and I would support it. Yeah.
Mr. Nixon?
Yeah, I'd certainly support it, and as far as the negative letter that was sent in, and I think, Madam Chair, you pointed out, this is not a variance, and also, there's no such thing as a precedent in the zoning board world. So, as Mr. Veach said, Leslie, I don't know how you pulled it together, but great job, great job.
I think people use the term precedent a lot of times when they want to say no about something, so they just hook on to that. Yeah. So, Lee?
Well, first of all, beautiful home, beautiful view. And I really respect Matt and Ginny for honoring the historical nature of their home as well. I mean, it really, it's going to be great. It's going to fit really well together. Someone made a comment that was, or a phrase, modesty over mass. And I really like that. And I think that's what Matt and Ginny did, but it also is giving them the added living space that they want and need. So totally in support, great project.
And Paul?
Yes, I agree with my colleagues. I think the only downside to this is the fact that we're increasing the non-conforming aspect on the back line there towards the setback. But that setback, when you get to that line, just goes into oblivion there. It goes down a huge descent, and it in no way is adverse to any of the neighbors in any way. So I think the reason we're here is to try and provide the kind of flexibility you need on setback when it's appropriate, and I think it's appropriate here. So I think this is certainly not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood.
Yeah, yeah, and the only thing that would ever get my eye on something like this is to be closer to a neighbor, so to speak. However, this is very unique because Ms. Fenwick and her husband Matt have rights to go there, and they maintain it. So they have all the more respect for that area that they're getting a little bit closer to. I would actually call, in a sense, this 10 feet as de minimis, because it matters not. It's really just irrelevant.
There's no such word in
Yeah,
English.
yeah, there is, there's a word. And, yeah, so and it's not often that we find that, you get closer to a property line and it doesn't matter. But it's really kind of cool the way they maintain it. And they're gonna be able to benefit from a better view, if I'm not mistaken. That's probably the whole impetus for the project in the first place. So, yeah, so I'm delighted to support it, and I really also have to respect that our colleague, she practices what she preaches. She doesn't want to knock down a house or do things to a historic house when she can do it another way. So I think it's great, and I support it. And Paul?
I'll move to approve the application as submitted with the standard conditions that all construction activity and vehicles shall be contained on site or at neighboring property with the permission of the property owner. Between June 30th and Labor Day, no exterior construction will be allowed. No work shall be permitted on the weekends, and construction activity between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. only.
Yep, those are our standard conditions. And Dave?
I second that, and I vote yes.
Paul votes yes.
I vote yes.
Steve votes yes.
As do I, it's unanimous.
you very
Congratulations.
much.
Very good. And we just need a motion to adjourn.
I'll move to adjourn.
I'll second that. I vote yes.
Paul votes yes.
I vote yes.
Steve votes yes.
As do I. And what time?
And I vote yes.
Oh, yes, please do. Yeah.
6:10 PM.
Stranger. Good evening, Chatham.
What time is it anyway?